Bet Software is one of the most diverse betting software providers in sub-Saharan Africa, providing reliable software and managing record-breaking volumes. At the forefront of our game-changing development lies Six Software. Our fearless remote and office-based developers decide on their tech stack of choice. We currently provide software and support throughout Africa as we become the technology destination that disrupts global markets.
Hello, Dumelang. Thank you for joining me in this session. I will share with you an overview on getting started with building AI low-powered applications. My name is Leboga Madise, and I'm an Azure Developer Audience PMM at Microsoft. If you want to find me online, the best way to do that is on my Twitter channel at Lebo Madise. Great to be with you all today, and let's kick off. So, disclaimer, I am not an expert on the subject. I think one of the main reasons why I chose this topic, AI powered low code applications, is because of the opportunity that is presented by um, implementing Azure in low code applications. And quite a lot of people today want to get into app development, and most of them don't have a dev background. So, low code is one of the most friendly ways of entering into the app development space and also building enterprise applications. But low code is not just for people who don't have a background in dev. Even professional devs are using low code, some for rapid prototyping, others for enterprise applications as well. And I'll show you how and why. So, in this session, I will be covering um, like the basics. The main thing I'm going to start with is the terminology around what GPT-3 is, what Power FX is, as well as what Power App Ideas are, and how does Power Platform integrate with Azure. And then we're going to do a demo on creating your own app using natural language. So, for those of you that don't know, GPT-3 is the same technology that powers GitHub Copilot. So, it's making it possible through embedded AI for developers who code low code applications to do so using natural language. I will be switching screens from time to time so that I can see if there are any questions. Um, Thank you, Kulani. I see you. And thank you, Ritumeti. I see you all in the chat on YouTube. So, GPT-3 is an advanced natural language AI model that implements deep learning to be able to both understand and produce human-like text-based on prompt in natural language. So, the definition that I have on my screen is one from Wikipedia, which I found to be the one that explained it very well. But on a high level, it is developed by an organization called OpenAI, and Microsoft has a strategic collaboration with them to enable developers to apply GPT-3 in models or products such as Power Apps. So GPT-3, um, loosely said, is an API for accessing new AI models. It's got very great pattern recognition capabilities, and combining these with semantics of understanding languages. That way, you can have an input of text and an output of text. It can be leveraged to work with structured data, which I will show you how. And then at the moment is currently in private beta. So you would need to sign up on OpenAI if you want to apply GPT-3 to other applications. Um, and then OpenAI, the organization that developed GPT-3, is challenging developers to apply their API to any language task. So it is said that it can do semantic search, summarization, sentiment analysis, content generation, as well as translation. Sorry. Okay, so what is Microsoft Power FX? So PowerFX is a low-code language that will be used across the Microsoft Power Platform. It looks like an Excel function formula, you know. It is actually based on the same language that was used to write Excel functions, and it expresses code in a human-friendly text manner. So it is a low language code which devs can use to at which devs can use, and it works directly similar to the it works directly in the formula bar, similar to an Excel like function. And you can also run it in Visual Studio Code text window. So um, the reason why low code now has a language is because we encountered situations whereby scenarios whereby it wasn't as simple anymore to implement an end-to-end solutions with full um, spectrum of capabilities, you know. So the language Power FX actually enables more like a fusion of pro code and low code, where you can write and do things that normally you wouldn't be able to do with just the drag and drop capabilities. Um, I would say everyone's dream, right, is to be able to probably, well, when they think low code, their dream is to be able to describe in any language what it is they want their app to do and have it get done. And the idea behind PowerFX is exactly that, you know, to enable devs to describe what it is that they want to do and be able to get it done. So, okay. So the connection between PowerFX and GPT-3, which I explained earlier, is that both of these um, combined together, you know, you're applying AI models to be able to automatically generate PowerFX formulas based on a natural language input. So this snippet that I have on here is actually a representation of another snippet, which I will show you, that constitutes of inputs in natural language form, and then the 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 written formula that you see here is the PowerFX version of that uh, content. So before I move on, I'd like to share that it's open sourced. It is based on Microsoft Excel and was built for low code. Okay. Um, so this mini demo that I'm showing here is is actually of of a scenario where, let's say, you've got a couple of customers, right, who signed up onto your platform, and you want to be able to show a list of who signed up over the past 7 days within a certain radius or location, or you want to know, or you want to be able to highlight the newest entries in a certain color like green, or or when a user clicks for more details, you want to be able to record the outstanding action items that are associated with it, you know, so that you can use like pop-ups on the screen to guide the user so that they can complete the task. So scenarios like that require some custom logic, which previously wasn't available with low-code applications. Thanks to PowerFX, one is now able to embed this logic in low-code applications. Okay, so as you can see over here in this formula bar, you are able to write down the 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 code, if I should say, or the formula of what you would want happen, and then it would reflect immediately. So it works very well with dynamic data, and you can tie it to information that's stored in your database or other connectors. So if you remember the snippet that I showed earlier, it's actually of a formula from Stack Overflow, which searches for a string and which searches for a string in reverse order. So in Excel, right, let's say we have two strings on column A over here. One string saying, hello world, it's great to meet you. And the second string saying, contains like you with an exclamation mark. So the Power FX formula that you see here is actually referencing the text that you're seeing in these two columns. Okay, so um, I'm just gonna quickly check back. But I am very nervous. If it sounds like I'm stuttering, I am nervous. This is me placing myself outside of my comfort zone. The language Power FX is actually only about 9 months, if not a year old. And I really want for people to jump onto this, it's new, but its capabilities are unbounded at the moment. And there's a lot that you can do. There are quite a number of people who are using this already in industry to build their solutions. So I'm gonna quickly skip the slides. I just want to go through one slide and then we're gonna do a hands-on app. Yeah, because I think we learn best by doing, right? So what is Power App Ideas? When I first heard of the word Power App Ideas, I just thought, okay, is this a repository of Power App Ideas? But actually it's not. So Power App Ideas is a brand name for an AI-powered assistant. So this assistant was created to help anyone, and I mean anyone, be able to create apps using natural language. The data sources that it can currently connect to at the moment is Dataverse for now. It will expand to other data sources. It's available in public beta at the moment due to the limitations of GPT-3. So remember, GPT-3 at the moment is in private beta. So in order to be able to use Power App Ideas, you would then need to create your environment in a US region, which I will show you. Okay. And then in terms of relationships, at the moment, it is single table only. We are working on supporting lookup fields. And in terms of data types, it supports text, whole numbers, date and time, date only, as well as decimal numbers. Um, yeah, so I'm going to show a quick demo on how you can create an app using natural language. While I open up my Power Apps, maybe you can join me and we do this together. So in the meantime, I'm just going to show you a slide on what you can do to stand a chance to win an Xbox Series S. And in the background, I'm just going to open up my Power Apps. So for those of you who don't know where to find your Power Apps, on a Windows machine, you can simply search for Office applications. And if you've never used Power if you've never used Power Apps before, you'll see an opportunity to search for more apps. So I'll show you now what that looks like. Okay, so I wanna pop this screen on here, and I want to check if you are seeing it on the stream. Let me see. Okay, so if you don't know where to find Power Apps, so let's say you're new to Power Apps, if you go onto any Office application on either your desktop or the browser, you can just click this menu bar, and then it will show you a couple of apps. And then if you go to all apps, it will then show you your um, like a list of Office applications, and then that's where you choose Power Apps. So I didn't want to display that end to end because then it's going to reveal some of my documents that I've been working on. So let's get started. So hopefully everyone has opened their Power Apps. This would be your landing page. Okay. I just want to stop this slideshow so I don't get distracted. Okay, cool. So remember, to be able to use Power App ideas, your environment needs to be in the US region. But let's get started and then take it step by step. So first things first, sign into Power Apps and switch environments if you have to. And then under 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 your Power Apps menu, you are going to choose Dataverse. So you're going to choose Dataverse. Okay, it's loading. And for those of you who might be wondering why I'm choosing Dataverse, it's because at the moment, it's the only data source that's supported by Power App Ideas. So remember, the goal of the session is to build an app using natural language. And just going back to GPT-3, it really learns fast in terms of patterns. You know, you can give it like a title of a book and not even complete the book, and it could use its wealth of knowledge to search what it is that you're probably trying to say, you know. Interesting fact, it was trained, I mean, the AI model was trained on like probably um I don't want to say billions, but yeah, it's a very well trained AI model. Yeah, it was trained on 175 billion parameters. That is that is insane. Interesting fact. So I'm just gonna share interesting facts while I'm waiting for this to load. And um, and I see you guys don't see me, so I'm gonna show myself. Hey, so I'm waiting for this to load. And while I'm waiting for it to load, I'm gonna share some interesting facts. So OpenAI, some people asked as to why they didn't open source GPT-3. So its predecessor, GPT-2, was open sourced, but then it fell prone to people abusing the AI capabilities. So with GPT-3, they're not um, outsourcing the actual AI models, but the end product they're giving it to anyone or making it available to anyone to be able to use. So it's still quite an interesting project to follow if you're interested. Um, Look them up, OpenAI. I'm not sure why it's taking so long. I'm gonna see if the one that I started off earlier. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is to buy time, I'm gonna kill this one and then show you just another one that I started off a little bit before the session, just so we don't run out of time. Uh, okay, so let's get back to it. Okay, so you've opened Power Apps, you've chosen Dataverse as your connector. Oh, one thing I forgot to mention. So I did do another step after that. So after choosing Microsoft Dataverse, if it's the first time you're doing this, you'll see you'll be the and remember I connected this to an accounts table. Um, I didn't create the table myself. It's something that I found on Power Apps as part of the Dataverse. Okay, so now I'm quickly gonna save this. No. Okay. Um, okay, so I just wanted to give this a name and then click save so that it's saved, and then we can start. So for those of you, I don't know if I can share. Let me see what options do I have on here. Uh, oh, someone asked if I could make my screen bigger. Okay, so let me go off camera. Yaku, can you confirm if this is big enough? So I've taken off my camera so that you guys can see. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for confirming. All right, so I'm using a quick start tutorial that can be found on docs.microsoft.com. And yeah, so let's get started. Okay, so first things first, people often like customizing their stuff. This account's label that you see here is actually based off the table that I chose, which has the same name accounts. Okay, so um, okay. Okay. Sorry, I just wanna navigate back to my app. Which I've lost. I've lost. Azure Bootcamp 1X. Where are you? Azure. There. So another drawback, a little bit of a drawback, is the fact that I'm building within the browser. Okay, but we should be fine. Okay, so I'm gonna change my properties such so that I have a gallery view of the accounts table. So here under properties, I'm gonna choose tile. Okay, that's fine. Mm, sorry, man. Um, my demo is really bombing out. Let me go back. I'm gonna just go back quickly, and I'm gonna say don't save. There's just one step. Okay, sorry. Now it launched my app. Let me go back here. Apps. Okay, I don't want to show sensitive information. Edit. Okay, guys, sorry, my demo is bombing out. Anika says they got the same daily wallpaper. Okay, so I don't know if it's the nerves or what, but I'm gonna tell you what I'm trying to do, and it's a very simple thing. Um, I'm trying to just literally just change my view into gallery view so that you can see um, so that you can see like all the list of accounts. So okay. No, Yaku, to be honest, I am bombing out for real. So anyone in the chat who can help me out, please, I am watching the chat. Help me out.
Sorry, I was on mute. Hey, Lips, how are you doing?
I'm good, Karika. Help, help, help.
Tell
Wait,
me,
okay.
do you have a data source assigned to your gallery that you have there?
Yes, it's accounts. So
It's
let
an
me,
account.
yeah.
Okay. And then,
So
so that's the
yeah.
items that it's reading. We're happy with that. And if you look at the properties on the right,
Okay, let me just take this up a bit
no
so
problem.
I can see. Yeah.
Okay.
See?
So what we want to do is you want to click the little edit next to fields to make that editable for yourself. And then
Yeah.
you would be able to click on views.
Views.
So we can close that data block because that's just your
Yeah.
title that you want.
Yeah.
So if you go scroll, let's highlight our gallery again.
Okay.
Perfect, because the views is the one that we want to edit.
Yeah. And I've got
So let's
none.
go advanced and still on the right hand side next to properties.
Okay.
Advanced, and then we want to scroll down a little bit because there must be something that
Uh,
allows you to edit it.
yeah. You know what I think is wrong?
Mm-hmm.
I think so there were two accounts tables. Literally, they had the same name. So
Okay.
there might be a possibility that this one doesn't have stuff in it. But let's see. Let's see.
Okay. No problem.
What did you
Yeah,
want
because
to check in advanced?
I just wanted to see if we can make the views available so that we can select different views. But if you're saying that there's no
Yeah.
data to be displayed, then we should
Yeah.
take the
So
one that has data in it.
yeah. So let me check something. I literally yeah, I cross my thumbs. You know when you see two data sources with the same name and you're like, I
Mm-hmm.
hope I'm I'm choosing the right one.
Yeah.
Um, let me actually I think we can test this. Hold on, without even starting from scratch.
Yeah, you
So
can just Perhaps you want to maybe, if this one doesn't have anything, maybe add a
I
record.
see. I was just checking just to make sure, and I see. Yeah.
So when you run the app, you maybe just add a record.
Okay. Hold
Because I
on.
think that works out of the box, right?
Yeah. Do you think I could just add another data source in general?
Yes, you could.
I want the accounts table. Okay, so this is not the one, definitely, and this is the one that I have.
Let's see.
See, it made this an underscore. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna remove this one, stick with this one, and then follow your advice and just add a new record.
Yeah, because if you add a record, you've got something to display. Add one or two.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that will help.
Oh no.
This is a good session as well, so that other people can learn how to
Can see,
debug this stuff. If something's
troubleshoot.
not working,
Yeah. And I saw some of the things were updated literally this week, and I'm like,
yeah,
crossing thumbs.
exactly. That happens
Yeah.
regularly as well.
Okay. So let me
So
just
let's run
play it
add.
to show everyone what we have. We have nothing so far. So I'm gonna add my hometown, Pretoria.
There
Actually,
we go.
Okay, this is not a real number. Actually, let me make it as fake as possible so that it's not a real number. 3, 6. I think that should be fine. 3. Yeah. Okay. Okay, sorry. Come on.
There we go. Yes.
Oh, I don't see. What are you seeing? Let me see what you see. Okay.
Well, I'm seeing the 3 fields and then the tick mark at the top where you can
Yeah.
actually submit the record. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then if you close it, because then we should have some records in there if we go to the browse gallery.
Let me save. Okay.
I don't know why it's showing the error at the top, but we'll see.
Yeah. Okay, so here by views, it still says none for some reason. Can you see that?
I see. Let's click on the refresh to see what happens if anything was saved. Because if you
Okay.
click on views, it says refresh.
I'm just gonna click play.
Cool.
And then I'm just gonna say city and see. It doesn't return anything. Okay, so let me edit it. It's there.
It is there.
I think it didn't validate. Like,
Okay.
this is weird.
It is.
Okay, let's see. App checker. Okay, but this exception I did correct, so it should be fine.
Something that I've seen is if you just want to do that submit button and bring it to the front, because I've had issues where my icons were sitting behind the label and then it seems like a person's clicking it, but they're not. So maybe just bring the
Oh,
icon to the front.
okay.
I've had issues like
Uh,
that before. And
okay,
let's try that again.
let's save.
Yeah, it was weird. I also I was scratching my head and I was like, why is this not saving? Because the function is proper.
Yeah. Okay, I think it's still, let's see, it's still complaining. It's still complaining about the submit.
Let's see why.
Okay, but accessibility, I'm pro accessibility for the record, but I'm just saying the error there is like a warning. It's not a runtime error. So
Exactly. I don't know if you want to just go browse down to edit form 1 because it seems to be complaining about that. And let's just see why it is complaining about edit
the
form 1.
problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. So can you see it on your side? Can you see where I am?
I can see where you are, yes.
I'm at edit form 1 over here on the left hand side. Yeah. So select button.
The
That
icon
seems to be the
accept.
problem.
Yeah, icon accept 1. So that's at the top. And it's there. That one's on select. So you were at the right place on edit form 1.
Yeah.
And then just below edits. Oh, you see, it's called edit screen.
Where wait, where are
We've got
you now?
form. That location icon except 1 is not in your edit form. It's actually on your
Yeah.
edit screen.
Yeah, that's why
There we go.
let me just bring it down and see, right? But the thing is, I think it's because it's supposed to have apply everywhere, not just on edit form 1. So
Edit the formula.
actually, I'm gonna say get help with this error.
There we go.
You seemingly very positive. You're like, there you go, and I'm like, what happened?
Yeah, because it's
But we
building
didn't
your
solve it.
confidence. We're
So,
gonna solve it. But I just want to mention that we need to look at time as well because we're sitting at 10:44.
yes. But let's at least fix this before we let everyone go, if that's okay.
I don't have a problem. I think what I'm going to do is try and build the same thing you have at the back.
Yeah.
See if I can do or mimic at least what you're doing.
And I'm also gonna check the comments just in case someone is seeing something that we not. Try a different name on the account name, okay? So someone just said, let me make it one word, like Pretoria. That seems to be happy. I don't know who security code is on YouTube, but thank you. Wait. It doesn't look like the error is fixed though.
No problem. I'm using accounts. Let's go connect.
We want a real number there. No, I don't think this should be a problem though. But you know what I've noticed now, Karika, that I didn't see before? So
Mm-hmm.
bringing this check forward also helps because like I could see something happen, so
Exactly. Now I know
uh
I've had that before where I've tried to
three.
to. So let's just go around this and see what happens. Okay, cool. So I've just managed to make a high level one. I don't know if I should just maybe share my screen and then you just
Yes,
talk
yes,
your
please
way
share your
further with
screen.
that one. Okay, cool. I'm going to do that quickly. I'm just going to make this much bigger. That's way too big. Okay. So what are we talking to?
So which account did you choose? Or
I
did you
just
add
chose the
the
account.
record?
Yeah.
Did you? But then now, maybe go to your icon cancel. I want to see something because that's what's complaining on my side, and it's a fresh out of the box app, so it shouldn't have any errors.
Do you want the
So,
cancel one?
um, no, I wanna know. Yeah, I want you to let me see. Wait, let me. So my submit form checkbox is the one that's incorrect. So I wanted you to go to yours to see what the difference is.
Yeah, I'm on my accept one.
Hmm.
And it looks exactly the same as yours.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna kill this app. But do you mind then if if I navigate and you just drive for like 5 minutes, just so
I have
I
no
at
problem with
least
it.
get to show people what it is I would have wanted them to see.
No
Okay,
problem.
so uh okay, so click click OK. So that's fine.
Okay. Okay, let's just hide that. What am I clicking OK with?
I want to just make this bigger so I can see. I'm struggling.
I think I'm gonna put it
You
like
know what?
this so you can.
I'm gonna follow you, but on from YouTube. Hold on. Okay, I can see you now. I've logged on to YouTube so I can see. My eyes are bad. Okay, great. So you've added this record, right?
Yes.
So what I wanted you to do is go to the left-hand side onto browse gallery one.
Okay.
By the way, I don't know if there is a lag. Oh, great. So that's the view I wanted to see. So can you just add one more record just so we at least have two records on display?
Okay. Let's go. What shall I call it? Let's go
Uh,
with Josie.
yeah, Josie.
Let me just run it quickly. No, that's the phone number. I must read before I sub. Okay, let's go like that. Cool.
Okay, great. So now, good. Thank you. Close that quickly.
Okay.
Okay. And then go to select gallery again. Okay, and then click on items. So you are at insert. Go to home on the top left.
Home at the top left. Home, yes.
Yeah. Okay, and then click on items. Well, items should be there. So that's fine.
Okay.
So just to show everyone, items is just above where it says tree view. And then there's a formula that I'm going to share with you in the chat, Karika,
Okay.
which I'd like you to copy and paste there
Okay, dokes.
in the formula bar.
Cool. I'm copying it quickly.
Okay, so maybe like make the formula bar a little bit bigger, like by going down so that people can see. Okay,
By going
and then
down is this video.
yeah, so this formula bar, it has the formula sort by columns and it searches for accounts. And so if someone types in an account name, like a character that matches any of the account names, it will start filtering and start showing up. And if the user selects the sort icon, then the actual gallery will be ordered uh, in alphabetical order. So say Control S, save quickly. Okay, and then click
Okay.
play.
Let's go Control S. Let's save. Saving to Power Apps. There we go. And then we
And
click
then
play.
click
Now we don't want
play.
to share it right now. Play. Okay.
Yeah. And then in the search item over there, maybe if you type in E, it'll remain the same because both cities have the same, have E as a character. But maybe type in B, let's see something. Erase E and type in B. See, it has now filtered. Okay, so erase the B and then click on the sort icon next to the refresh. So it's already, yeah. So that just puts it in alphabetical order um or like descending or ascending order. Okay, so now go back to, so close this view.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the goal with just just go to where we were, where it says item,
It says item.
just to the formula bar. I just want to share something
Oh,
with the people because I know the next speaker is
is
literally
due
in
soon.
the lobby right now.
On the edge of his seat.
Can you make that bigger if possible?
Let me see if I can zoom in.
Can you make that bigger? I don't know if it's, yeah.
How's that? Is that better?
Uh,
Label?
uh, oh, not the app part, the formula part.
Must I make it more bigger, some more?
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Karika?
Yes, I can hear you. Lebs, I think we're going to have to cut this
Can someone in the
short.
chat on YouTube maybe tell us if you can hear us? Because then I can say something.
Okay. Oh, I think we've lost Lebo. I think with that, I'm just going to conclude this session for now. But if anyone wants to have more information on the session, please feel free to contact Lebo on her Twitter handle, which is also at Lebo Madise. Let me just add Lebo quickly again. I think we've got her back. Lebs, are you back?
Yes, I'm back. Sorry, my
No problem. I
internet
think
just
we're going
bombed
to have
out.
to We're going to
Yeah.
have to cut the session and make
Yeah.
time for the next speaker. And then what we'll do is people can
Yes.
just get hold of you to do another demo.
Yes, I'll record another demo and upload it. But I just wanted to say, Karika, thank you so much. And I really appreciate your help. And to everyone on the
No.
chat, your kindness, helping troubleshoot with us, I really appreciate it. So thank
Awesome.
you.
Thank you so much, everyone. You did amazing, Level. Well done.
Thank you, Karika. Bye.
Thanks. Cheers, everyone.
Okay. Greetings, everyone. Morning, afternoon. It's almost midday. Welcome to the Azure Bootcamp 2021. I'm Nasis Mbuyu, and I'll be taking you through the AI session on a deep dive into machine learning in this year's Azure Bootcamp 2021. So yeah, let's get started. Let's get started. Okay. So about me, my name is Narcis Mbuyu. I'm a software development student at DUT, and I'm also a Beta Microsoft Launch Student Ambassador in Microsoft. I'm a member of a DUT IoT Club, and I'm a tech enthusiast that loves to help people and share my knowledge to uplift my community. And below there are my social media handles, where you can follow me on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and on Twitter. So before starting, I would like to say a special thank you to our sponsors, Microsoft, Offer, and Bet, and all these other sponsors that have made this occasion possible. Really grateful for the opportunity as well. And whilst we're talking about our sponsors, see this sweatkit that I'm wearing here, you also have a chance to win it as well. All you have to do is use the link over there to apply, and you have a chance to win to get yourself a sweatkit as well. And also another prize up for grab is the Xbox Series S. You also stand a chance for winning it by using the link and by tweeting as well about the Azure Bootcamp 2021 as well, as you can see. So again, our sponsors, and other than that, let's begin.
Right now, artificial intelligence helps us meet the needs of today so we're prepared for tomorrow.
By 2050, we need to produce 60% more food. So how are we going to feed the world without wrecking the planet? Using Microsoft artificial intelligence, we can reduce waste and produce more food. Any grower will tell you every row, every crop is different. We can use Microsoft AI to make local predictions about light, wind, rain. This helps farmers know when to plant, irrigate, and harvest. It's making a difference.
Artificial intelligence helps farmers grow more while wasting less.
And there you go. That is just a glimpse of of some of the capabilities that you can do with AI, and just that's just in farming. Now imagine it in other industries of workplaces, even in our daily life, what you can use AI for. All you have to do is just be creative, think about a solution, and just implement it with the tools that I'm going to share with you right now today in this session. So our talk for today is a deep dive into machine learning, and we can get started. So before we start talking about machine learning, we have to first ask ourselves, what is machine learning? Where does it come from? Where does it fall under, etc.? So the first thing we're gonna look at is AI. What is AI? So AI is short for artificial intelligence, and it's the intelligence demonstrated by machines. So, as human beings and other living animals, like the animals, the living organisms, etc., we have something called natural intelligence, and it's the intelligence displayed by living organisms. While machines, our devices, our gadgets, etc., they're not living organisms; they're just gadgets and etc. But they have something called artificial intelligence. They also have some kind of intelligence, and that intelligence is known as artificial intelligence. So, to recap, in simplicity, artificial intelligence is the intelligence shown by our gadgets, our smartphones, and our devices, etc. Take note of that. So now we're going to look at some of the key elements of AI. And some of these elements include machine learning, anomaly detection, computer vision, natural language processing, and conversational AI. These are just a scope of what AI consists. And today, for our session, we'll be talking about machine learning. So as you can read there, machine learning is basically the foundation of AI. Why do we say it's a foundation of AI? It's a foundation of AI um, because if you literally think about it, machine learning it involves giving our gadgets enough data for it to perform. So basically, um, so basically, okay, so basically, okay. So let me rephrase what I was trying to say. So machine learning is the foundation of AI. Why is it the foundation of AI? It's because it requires data for it to work, and all the other elements of AI that I've just mentioned, anomaly, computer vision, they all need data. So the more data that it gets fed, the more it performs, the more it improves, etc. In other words, it's learning. So that's where machine learning comes from. It's learning what we want it to do. So that's where machine learning comes from. It's like the basic structure of it. So moving on. So let's understand machine learning even more. As I said, machine learning is the foundation of most AI solutions. So basically, how does it work? It works by enough data or stats for it to learn from the environment, and it enables it to improve on a particular task without specifically programmed. So basically, the more data that we give it, the more it will improve by itself, and we don't even need to do anything because it's learning by itself and it improves by itself without us doing anything. All we have to do is just feed it data. The more data we give it, the more it starts learning by itself. That's why it's artificial intelligence. It learns by itself. So that's what machine learning is about. And another thing that we have to consider is big data and its relationship with ML, with machine learning. So big data, what is big data? Big data is basically the data that we use every day in our daily life. So from our devices, our smartphones, our laptops, we all generate huge amounts of data. Generate huge amount of data, and from that data, that we generate, we can use it to do to achieve certain things. Like you see your Google, your Facebook, your Instagram, they just take your data and they use that to improve their applications. They use that to improve their platforms. Why? Because of your data that they take from you when you are using the application. That's just one of the examples. Another example that we can do in the video that we just watched, for the farming, they use sensors. So now the sensors pick up information about the weather, about the heat, about the temperature, etc., and it's all generating a huge amount of data, which whereby can be used to perform or predict certain things about the weather, if I may say. So basically, my point that I was trying to make is that it uses huge amount of data for it to work with machine learning. So basically, machine learning needs data, and more specifically needs big data for it to work. I hope that makes sense. If there's any questions, I'll read them in the comment section. For now, I'll just move on so we can go down to the demos, because I have some demos planned. So basically, by looking at this small tutorial that I have here, how does machine learning work? So basically, as I said, the more data you feed it, the more accurate your results will be. So by looking at these clips, say for example, you work at the botanic garden, or you work for the environmental organization or some sort like that, and now you want to create an app that can determine which type of flower you are looking at. So you take your phone and take a picture of the app of the flower, and it's able to tell you what type of flower you're looking at. So this is a simple model that explains how exactly you'll do that. So the first thing is you need to collect a wide amount of flowers, different types of flowers. As you can see, there's different amount of flowers, and then you label them, you sort them out. So this flower is this flower is that, this flower is that, this flower is that. And after putting them together, you now train it. You make an algorithm, you train it on your gadget or onto your machine, and it's going to produce results. As you can see in the diagram below, let's start again. So you see the flowers are collected, the different types of flowers. It got trained, and after training, it's able to pick up which flower it is. As you can see, it's picked up that certain flower, as mentioned below. So that's basically how machine learning works in a practical example. So now we understand what machine learning is. Now we're going to take a look at tools to get started with machine learning. So for this one, I have to lay out a disclaimer. Um, I will only be focusing on Microsoft technologies. There are many other technologies that you can focus on to get the job done. But for this case that we are doing, I'll be using Microsoft technologies to get started with machine learning. There's Google, there's Amazon. They also provide other platforms, other tools for you to get started. But for our session and demonstration going forward, I'll be using Microsoft technologies. So speaking about Microsoft technologies, when I was doing my research or when I started with machine learning, I was kind of discouraged because I had to learn Python, learn Python to get started with machine learning, because Python is a programming language that is heavily used when working with machine learning because it's easier and produces better results and everything like that. So I thought to myself, is there a way that I can learn machine learning without leaving my comfort zone, without leaving my comfort space? And actually, there is. Microsoft has made a way for us to learn or get started on machine learning in our comfort zone by introducing ML.NET. So ML.NET is machine learning in .NET application. So .NET is an ecosystem, and is an ecosystem of applications by Microsoft, and that's another session on its own. But basically, what I'm trying to say is that we can use machine learning in our .NET applications through ML.NET. So what is ML.NET? ML.NET is gives us the ability to add machine learning to our .NET application. So whether it's a web application, whether it's a Xamarin application, whether it's a Windows Phone application, you can add machine learning um, to your .NET application. And through, as you can see in the diagram, it gives us custom ML and automated ML. Custom ML means that you can customize it to do whatever you want, and auto ML, it automates the process for you. And plus, it makes use of other libraries such as TensorFlow and Onyx. You'll get to know as we move on about them. And it's also proven and has great performance, as you'll see. So it's trustable, and I have to say that I didn't have to worry about learning Python and everything because of ML.NET. It's just literally made our life easy, and you'll see it through the examples that we'll go through. So how does ML.NET work? So as you can see in the diagram, these are some of the things that you can do with ML.NET. You can classify, there's regression, anomaly detection, recommendation, time series, and image classification. Excuse me. Classification is when you categorize certain things from one thing to another. You sorting it out. So, for example, negative or positive. Regression is you predicting the price of a product over time. Anomaly detection, detecting mistakes that we as humans cannot detect, for example, detecting fraud from credit cards, etc. Recommendation, you're recommending something or a product to someone based on a previous purchase. So basically, even the recommendations that we see in application, make use of machine learning. Time series, focusing the price of focusing the price of a period of time. That's time series. And image classification, you classify images. Is this a cat? Is this a dog, etc. So these are some of the tools that that you can use, that ML.NET comes with. And how can you get started with ML.NET? So ML.NET comes with three tools: model builder tool, and command line tool, and ML.NET API. So I'll be focusing on the builder tool and the command line tool. Right now, the API, will see it as we are about to conclude with the session. Let's move on. So more about the builder tool. So the builder tool comes in our Visual Studio. So if you have Visual Studio 2019 and the latest one 2022, you can make use of this builder tool because it comes built in your Visual Studio. Now you have to use the latest application by Microsoft, which is .NET Core. So basically, all the .NET Core applications that you use on your Visual Studio, it'll enable you to add machine learning onto it. So your .NET framework and all the other frameworks or the other technologies, you won't be able to use machine learning on them because they're old and they were not made for it at that specific time. So basically, it starts with you selecting your scenario. Let me just correct this. You select your scenario, so you choose what scenarios feature your situation. You take your data, as I said before, it needs data, data, data. With that data, you can't do anything. So it needs data, and then you train your model. It will evaluate the model, the best model for you, and it's going to generate the code. So now it's automated. All you have to do is choose your scenario, import your data, and it does the rest for you. You see? So that's the builder tool with inside Visual Studio. And now we're going to go on to the command line tool. So the command line tool, so basically Visual Studio was not like made for other platforms as well, your other operating system, your Linux, your Mac, etc. So the command line tool offers us to do the same thing, but on other platforms as well. As you can see, Windows, Linux, Mac OS. So you can do the same thing, but the only difference is that there's no graphical user interface. You're doing everything via code. So that's the only difference between the two. So now we have talked about on the local aspects of view, or a local aspect of things. And now we're going to move on to Azure. So now we're on local. Now we're going on to the cloud. So now machine learning on Microsoft Azure. So now Microsoft Azure is our favorite clouding provider, or whichever one you decide to use. For me, I prefer Microsoft Azure. As I said, we are using Microsoft technologies only. So Microsoft Azure offers us a lot of services for us to implement machine learning, which is automated machine learning, also known as AutoML, Azure Machine Learning Designer, data and compute management, and pipelines. So automated machine learning. So for this one is, if you don't know how to code, if you don't have any programming experience, etc., automated machine learning is for you. All you need to do is just come with your data, put it onto the AutoML, and it will do the rest for you. Azure Machine Learning Designer is also for those who are in between, don't have any coding experience, but know a bit of coding as well. This one is for you. And also pipelines and data management is for the pros. We'll get into it. So we'll see as we go on. So what is AutoML? So as I said earlier on, if you don't have any experience, if you're not a data scientist or programmer, you don't have any experience, or you just want to use machine learning or integrate machine learning in what you do, this one's for you. It's a feature that enables non-experts to quickly create an effective machine learning model from the data. As you can see, when to use AutoML. So basically, if you want to use machine learning in your services, in whatever you do, AutoML is for you. It says on the slide, it says save time and resources, leverage the best data science and best practice, provide agile problem solving, etc. So basically, you don't do any work. All you just bring your data, and Microsoft Azure will handle it for you. All the other things you leave it to Azure, it'll handle for you, and you get your results. Basically, that's what this statement says, and you can use it for classification, regression, and time series, as I mentioned below. How does it work? As I said, you identify your problem, your scenario that you want. You choose whether you want to do it in Python or use the Studio Web Experience on Azure. You specify, so basically you set the rules of what you want the machine learning to follow. And then after that, you let it do its thing, and it's going to submit to your results. So by looking at this, it's too much notes, too much notes. So now we're going to look at the graphical representation of what I just said. So as I said, you input your data set, you set your data set, you set your rules, and then you let Azure do the rest. And it's going to choose the best results for you, but based on the rules that you've set, the guidelines that you've set, and the data set. As you can see, 1, 2, 3, it shows the top 3 data sets. So that's automated ML. By the name of it, even automated, it does it for you. So now we're going to move on to machine learning designer. So machine learning designer, as I said, is for those people in between. Over here, you just drag and drop, drag and drop. Label, our previous speaker, she was also dragging and drop in PowerFX. This is also to promote low code low code for people who want to get into the into coding, into IT basically. So this one is for you as well if you're interested. So what is machine learning designer? So basically, it's a visual representation of what you are doing. So instead of you coding and looking at lines of code, etc., all you're doing is just drag and drop. You're looking at a graphical representation of what you're doing. So everything's been set for you graphically. That's basically what machine learning designer is about in plain. So now, how does machine learning design works? As I said, you just drag and drop what you're looking for. You just drag it from the panel and you drop. It's like learning Scratch. It's like Power Apps if you've used Power Apps before. So you drag and drop, and then you connect what you want on the pipeline. So now all these terminologies are like, whoa, they're too much. So basically, a pipeline is a set of instructions that create and manage workflows that stitch together machine learning phases. So basically, it's like a pipe. Think of it like your water system at home, right? So you have this pipe that collects water from the kitchen. You have this pipe that collects water from the bathroom, etc. So now it's collecting from there, and it comes together. So basically, you're setting certain instructions there, and you put it together, making it easy for you. Basically, it's been broken down. It's Microsoft Azure has made it so easy that it breaks down the things for you. It enables you to break down the things and put it together however you see best, basically. So that's basically how machine learning designer works in plain. So basically, I'm skipping. There's a lot to say on this, but because of time and I want to show you practical, I'll be skipping. If you want more information, you can just put them in the comment section. I'll be sure to answer it. So here's the graphical representation of what I was talking about. So here is it. You create, you put your pipeline, you set your instructions. Over here is a pipeline draft where you're drafting everything together and you submit it together and you publish. So this is basically a representation: pipeline, and then all of them come together to produce one result, as you can see over here, as you can see. Um, so now let's talk about ML.NET API. So let's break it down. What is an API? API stands for Application Programmable Interface, right? So now that's like a big word. But in simplicity, let me just break it down for you. So an API is basically a technology that was made by someone else, and you using it to do whatever you want, in plain words. So with a practical example, think of it like you're at a restaurant, right? So when you're at a restaurant, they give you a menu, and you choose the type of food that you want. So now after choosing your food, the chef goes and cooks the food and brings it to you. So basically, all you are concerned about is the food. So basically, what you, in back to IT, back to what we're talking about, the food that you're eating is your application that you want to make. So how it was prepared and everything like that, you are not worried about it. It was made for you, and you're just using what you need. Another example is like, I can't dance, but I would love to dance. So since I want to dance, I'm gonna get the dancing API and choose the dancing moves that I want in order for me to dance. So you see, I can't dance, but I get the dance API and I choose which dance moves I want to learn, and I'm able to dance because of that API. So that's an example of what an API is. It's a program made by someone else, and you're just using what you want to make your system work. So now, how does it fit in with ML.NET? So ML.NET, it's basically you starting everything from scratch. Everything that I've explained now, it is either been automated or represented graphically. So now with ML.NET API, it's a code first approach. You starting everything from scratch, from zero, and you're just choosing what you want your machine learning model to do. So basically, this one is for pros, for the professionals who know what they're doing. So they use machine learning API to make their models. So here's an example of a machine learning API in Python. So it also works with pipeline. So basically, another way to say this, pipelines is like it makes it's like the center of our machine learning models. It consists of various of pipelines coming together. And since it consists of various pipelines coming together, you have to make pipelines in your code as well. And this is the one in Python, as you can see. Here's one in Visual Studio, the one I was working on, as you can see over there. And that's just an example. So I have now come to the end of the theory. There was a lot to say, but I tried to summarize it as much as possible because, as I said, a deep dive into machine learning, trying to expose you to everything related to machine learning. And now we're going to take a look at some demos. I'm sure some of you are smiling and probably happy that this theory is too much or it's taking long. So before we start, you'll need a laptop or a machine with Visual Studio. You need Azure, an Azure account, and Azure credit. And most importantly, you need focus and determination because you won't get it correct at the first try or the first attempt of trying. So that's what you will need. And if you have everything, then let's get started. So the first thing we're going to get started with, let me look at the questions. Let me look at the questions. Okay, there's no questions as yet. So since there's no questions, we're gonna jump to Visual Studio. Visual Studio. Visual Studio. So there you go. Visual Studio is loading. And so I've made some demos before the session just to show you, but I would like to start from scratch just to show you how everything how step by step on what to experience and what you're going to come across, etc. But that's why I prefer to do. But because if time comes to shove, then I'll just show you the what I'll show you the final product. So I'm going to create a new project. Hopefully my PC will be fast and responsive. AZ Bootcamp ML. So that's what we're naming our project. And you'll see, like, I'm lost for words. I don't know how to explain it, but literally everything you can do with it. Like, you have no excuses. Microsoft have made it easy for us to do whatever we want, and just so amazing, and like I can't really describe it. I really can't describe it. So here's my Azure that my Visual Studio that is loaded. Yes, Visual Studio that is loaded. I'm using Visual Studio 2022. It's in preview. So if you like me and like to keep up to date with the latest stuff, then you can get Visual Studio 2022 as well. So how do you add machine learning onto your application? So I basically created a console application. You can add it onto a web application. You can add it onto a Xamarin application. But since we're doing basic stuff, we're going to start on the console application. So starting on the console application, you open your Visual Studio and .NET command to say. So you open your Visual Studio, you come to your project. Let me open Zoom. It's already open. Oh, okay. Minutes. Okay. So that's opened. And where was I? So there you go. You come to your Solution Explorer, right? Come to your Solution Explorer. Let me be more in depth of what I'm doing. Come to your Solution Explorer, and then you click your project, and you come to Add, and there you go, Machine Learning. So now there's a disclaimer to this. I'm using the latest stuff. It's not yet working properly. This is how you normally do it if everything is set in your Visual Studio. But because of I'm using the latest stuff, I'm gonna just search for what I want. ml ml.net and add machine learning to my project. As you can see, I hope it's visible. It's already selected for me, so I'm adding machine learning to my project. So now, as you can see, there are various scenarios for us to choose from: text classification, value prediction, image classification, what else? Recommendation, object detection, and anomaly detection, forecasting, and clustering. So these are all the various things that you can do with machine learning on your application. Let me zoom out. So let's do a text classification. And now you choose your text classification. It tells you about the environment in which you want to train your model. So now I'm training my model on my local PC. As you can see, it says local. But if your scenario that you choose enables Azure, you're gonna see Azure as well. So there's training on my local PC. And then next, so as I said, you need data. You need data. Let's do one. So I got a fake. So text classification, you classifying whether something is real or not, either it's positive or negative. So now I have a fake or real job post, a movie review, or Twitter. So let's see if a post is real or fake. So that's what we're gonna do. A fake job post posting. We're gonna see whether this post that is being put out is real or fake. So I've opened it. I've opened my data source, as you can see. And now the next step is for me to choose what I want to predict, right? So now I want to predict the fraudulent, whether it's fraudulent or not, whether it's real, legit or fake. Legit or fake. So now I've chosen my column and now the data preview as well. So these are the things that consist in your database, that like a preview of what is in your database, and you get to choose what you want to keep and what you want to remove. So I'm okay with everything. I'm just gonna leave it like that and click next, and then you train it. So you see, it's automated. All I just did is choose my scenario. I put my data, and now it's gonna train it for me. So now there's a disclaimer: how long should I train it for? So it depends on the size of your data. If your data is very large, you're gonna need more time to train it. If it's a very small, you're gonna need less time to train it. But because of time, let's train it for 200 seconds. Okay, so you see, 200 seconds is not enough time to train something over 47 megabytes. So we see 10 megabytes for 10 seconds, 10 megabytes for 100 seconds, etc. 1 gig, 60 minutes, or 120 minutes, depending. So let's use um, 47. So so it's gonna take really long. Uh, it's gonna take really long if we do it, but I'll just train it for 200 seconds because of time. But like I said, the more training you do it, the more training sessions you give your model, the more accurate your results will become. So this won't be accurate because I'm just doing it because of time, and I want to show you how to get started. So it's like it tells me how long it's gonna take. So now we're gonna leave that training, and now I'll be jumping from project to project while we wait. So now that's on Visual Studio. Let's go to command line. So here's my command line. This is the Windows terminal. Windows terminal. For those who don't know what Windows terminal is, it's basically a terminal way by Microsoft that has combined a PowerShell. Oh, it's not even showing. My bad. Let me share the screen. Okay, there's this over here. So this is the Windows terminal I was talking about. So basically, combines PowerShell, command prompt, etc., Azure, Cloud Shell, all the the command line interfaces in one place. So in one place. So now I would love to explain what it is about, but I have to focus on thing. So now we are doing everything that I did on Visual Studio, I'll be doing on the command line interface, right? So how do you get started? The first thing you're gonna do is you're going to you see I was making mistakes to show you that this is not easy. So now the first thing you got to do is you have to install the machine learning on your machine. And how to do that, I have set it up for you. Is this thing. There you go. See. Ooh, let me find it. Okay, there you go. But here's the picture that I took for you to show you. So the instruction is .net tool install -gml.net, right? That's the code, that the command that you use to install machine learning for your command line interface. I'll put it in the comment section for you to get access to it. So now I've done that. I've installed my machine learning on my PC. We still got a bit of time. We still got a bit of time, so let's continue. So now I've installed my machine learning model on my command line interface, and now I've typed help, so I can do classification, regression, recommendation, and image classification. So now we are going to do a classification. I'm gonna do classification. Let me take this out of the way. Okay, so we're going to do classification. So what are we actually going to be classifying? In fact, we're going to do regression. So regression, we're going to predict the price of something, right? We're going to predict the price of something. So we're going to do it. We could do the same thing in Visual Studio, but we're doing it in code now. Let's do it now. So I don't want to bore you with my typing. I'm just looking for the correct code. Where is this code? So the first thing you're gonna do is gonna type ML. Let me see if it's visible. Oh, it's visible. Okay, it's not visible. It's not visible. Let me zoom in. Okay, but either way. Okay, that should be fine. ML. You see, technology is sometimes not reliable. ML. Okay, that's sorted out. Let's continue. ML. So you're gonna write MLNet. So that stands for machine learning net.net, MLNet, right? And then you choose what you want, regression. So we're doing the regression regression model, regression, and then dash data set. So now where are you getting your data from? Data set, and then slash, and then you put the name of your of your of your of your of your data set. But before this, I actually made a big mistake. Your data source must be placed in the same folder as so basically your data source must be placed in the same folder, and it's not in the same folder for me. So let me see if I can go back. Okay, let me just start again. Okay, but as you can see, our training has just completed. We'll come back to it. Let's finish with the command prompt quickly. Windows terminal, my bad. Come on. Windows terminal. Okay, that's loaded. Okay, there we go. Please load fast. Okay, so let's go into CD desktop. So these are all command line, CD desktop, right? I mean on my desktop. And now dir. So you see this is like You see, every time you use your PC, this is what you basically see. Um, on command line, this is the instruction that is following. Where is this folder? Let me just stick to the point. AZ Bootcamp, Easy Bootcamp CD, Easy Bootcamp, and then DRR regression. So let's do forecasting. So I'm going to the place where my data source is. DRR. So we're gonna predict the temperature. We're gonna predict the temperature. We can also predict the GDP, but for now we're gonna do temperature. So now I say ML net, right? So now I mean not yet. CD temperature. Come on. Okay, ML net regression data set, and then the name of your folder. So if I zoom out and I show you the folder, zoom out. Oops. Everything's okay. But okay. I'm seem to experiencing problems. I'll sort it out just now, but I would like to move on from the the command line. Let's go back to Visual Studio to conclude with that one, and then we'll go to Azure and come back to the command line. I'm experiencing some problems. So I'm back to Azure. Sorry about the up and down. Our model is finished training. As you can see, it took 200 seconds for it to train, and I'm happy with it. And if I zoom in, it tells me the best accuracy, the best model, the training time, etc. And now I go to the next step, right? So now it has already a sample for me to use to test, right? So now I say predict. Let's see what results will it give me. Predict. Okay, so the result is 0%. So basically this basically means that it's between 0 and 1, right? So if it's closer to 0, that means it's a fraud. That means this job is a fraud. If it's closer to 1, that means the job is legit. So right now it's in between, it's undecided. So it's undecided because I didn't train it. If I trained it, it's going to be able to determine what it is. So moving on, normally the recommended one is to go back and train your model properly, but because of time, I'm moving on, and I say consume because I'm happy, right? So now, if you move forward, they give you already code for you to use in your Visual Studio, in your application, right? And then, as I said, you get to use it in your console application, on your web application, already pre-coded for you. So now I'm going to add it to my solution since I'm doing a web console application, and it's already named for me, and it's adding into my application, and it's there in my Solution Explorer. As you can see, my Solution Explorer. Now let's add it to our project. So it's there, as you can see. Now the next thing is to do is add. You go to add, you click your project, you say add project reference, and project reference referencing to the model that you just made. And now there you go, it's fully inside your application. And now let me open my program CS. So there's my console, the right line, hello world, where we all started learning how to code. I take the code that we have, copy it, and then paste it in my main method. So it basically gives me a description of what a basic entry of what is expected. So now, as you can see, I have a basic entry. Let me zoom in. 150. So I have already pre-populated data already there for me. And now what I'm gonna just say is console. The best thing about Visual Studio 2022 is the AI, and just look at that, the AI is kicking in. I don't have to continue writing this line of code because it's writing it for me. And I say predict, uh, wrong one. I say result dot prediction, right? Result dot prediction, and it writes it for me. I didn't complete writing that line of code. So now it's gonna output the results for me, right? So now I'm gonna run the application. It's almost time, and I would like to move to the to Azure. I'd like to move to Azure. It says hello world. Let me run it for you. So there is it there. So it's saying hello world, right? It's saying hello world, and now the result over there is 0. So meaning that this job post, this entry that you just made is a fake. It's a fake job post. That means it's not legit, and you can get scammed. So you have to just think about um, different scenarios. There's even a movie recommendation, like for example, for example, for those anime fans, say you just started watching anime and you want a good recommendation. So I just use machine learning model to make an anime recommendation system for me to watch anime, recommend certain animes for me to watch, etc. So that's on Visual Studio. That concludes with the one on Visual Studio. We're now gonna move to Azure because of time. Let's go to Azure. So I don't even know where to start. For me, I like explaining things step by step, but because of time, I just have to what to move fast. So first things first, right? First things first, your journey starts on Microsoft Azure, right? It starts on Microsoft Azure. The first thing you're gonna do is search for machine learning, and you're gonna create a machine learning resource on Microsoft Azure, right? Once your resource is created, it's gonna look something like this, right? Once it looks like this, you now enter the machine learning studio on Visual on Microsoft Azure. So launch studio, and now I'm entering the studio for you to see. I won't really go through it because of time. I'm closing up. So there you go on Microsoft Azure. So this part of the demonstration is for those who don't know how to code, who don't have any experience. This one's for you. So there you go. I'm on Azure. I've created my resources, and now I got automated ML and designer. As I said, automated ML, it does everything for us. We don't have to do anything. And designer is for those people in between who want to see a graphical representation of what they're doing. And it's literally everywhere. So I've already done everything. So this is how machine learning designer looks like. You see, I was dragging and dropping. So basically over here, I wanted to see this. I make this the demo that I was doing here is for a bank, right? It wants to see whether its customers will subscribe to a fixed term deposit. So that's what I was working on, to see if a customer would a client will subscribe to a fixed term deposit. And then I got my data. I cleaned. I selected which data I want to work with in the columns, and then I cleaned it. If there was anything wrong with the data set or data source, I had to clean it first. So first step was choose your data. As you can see, it was raw. Select what you want to work with, clean your data, and after cleaning your data, you split your data. So you split your data to what you want to work with and what you don't want to work with. The dirty data goes away in one part, and the clean data that's able to work goes into one part. And then after that, you train your model. As you can see, train your model. And the type of training that I use is linear regression. Linear regression, then that's the model that I used. And after that, you score your model. You output a result and say evaluate model completed. I would love to run through this demo with you, but because of time, I'm just showing you an overview. If you want to know how exactly to do this, we have our episode on Inspire Essay. You can check that out. explained thoroughly on how to get started with this. And now let's look at machine learning designer. Machine learning design, automated ML. I didn't have to do anything much. All I did was put in my data source. My data, I chose my data, and after choosing my data, um, let me just run it for you again from scratch. Start now. So right now, start now, and then new automated ML run. You see, three simple steps. Select data set, configure run, select task settings, etc. Three simple steps for you to just get started with machine learning. You choose a data source, you configure your run, where you want it to run on Azure. So basically, which your computing platform on Azure. So basically, you're gonna use a virtual machine to run your data source, to train your data source on Azure, and then you select what you want. So these are the steps that are followed, and these are the results of what I did. So it's almost time, and I think I'll end it off there. I'm just gonna look at the questions. I'm looking at the questions. So I'll stop sharing my screen and I'll look at the questions because of time. Okay, so okay. There are no questions on the chat. So with that being said, my time is up. Oh, there's a question. So how does one go about setting up ML servers in the cloud and then interact with the ML via a mobile app? Oh, good question. So basically, once you set up your machine learning model on the cloud, you can simply get the API. They'll give you endpoint keys, basically the key for you to access that thing, and the endpoint, the address in which for you to access. You just get those two and integrate it into your application that you would like to use. It's as simple as that. Any application, whether it's a web application and whether it's a web application, a mobile application, whatever of your choice, that's the simple steps that you use. And other than that, I've come to the end of the session. I would love to show you I think let me just show you this one before I go. The results for the command line interface. I don't know if my screen is showing. Hopefully they can just share the screen for the last time. Thank you. So I'll show you the results of the of the of the command line, of how it's supposed to look like, right? So basically, there's it. I've saved the picture. So basically, I said I chose my data set. Let me zoom in. In fact, why am I zooming in like that? Let me zoom in. So I chose my location. I said ML net regression data set, cab ride. So I was predicting the price for cabs, right? And then which label you want to predict. I want to predict column 6, which was the price. As header, true, is true. And train time 600 seconds. I wanted it to train for 600 seconds. And now these are the training sessions that it went through of all the various models of machine learning, the basic algorithms that are there. It trained with all the algorithms, and it's going to choose the best one for me. So after training with that, it gave me the best results. And let's check the results. So here's the summary of the results, right? ML task regression, where's the data set located, label, the total, the number of models explored. So it explored 9 models and it chose the top 5. So it said I must use the light GBM regression. And then on top of it, it generates the code for me in Visual Studio. So I don't have to worry about that. It just makes everything easy. And I really don't know how to say, but this is a very simple way of getting started with machine learning. Like a simple way of studying machine learning. Thank you everyone for coming to my session, and it's now 11:55 and my time is up. Thank you. There are no other questions, so there you go. Thank you. Thank you.
Bet Software is one of the most diverse betting software providers in sub-Saharan Africa, providing reliable software and managing record-breaking volumes. At the forefront of our game-changing development lies Six Software. Our fearless remote and office-based developers decide on their tech stack of choice. We currently provide software and support throughout Africa as we become the technology destination that disrupts global markets.
Good afternoon, everyone. Depending on which time zone you're currently in, also a good morning. Welcome to the Azure Bootcamp South Africa. If I'm not mistaken, it's the first time this is being organized, so I'm pretty excited to be here. I've followed a bit on the social media and some of the previous sessions. So conference is going great. I hope everyone is enjoying this great show. I think as a speaker, I must say that also the organization went smoothly. So big thumbs up on that. So let's immediately kick in. So what are we going to do today? I'm going to talk a bit on Azure Digital Twins. So Digital Twins is a pretty new IoT service that was released. I think it's almost 1 year. It already had a couple of versions, but I'm going to give you a guided tour. If you have any questions during this session, please post them on the social medias. I believe there's some live channels going on Twitch and YouTube. Just post them there, and I will be happy to answer them right after the session. Or if I see some interesting questions popping up during the show, I will definitely take them while we go. So. My name is Glenn. I'm one of the founders of Sure Belgium. I'm an Azure MVP. I'm focusing a lot on building IoT platforms and data platforms. I've been working with Azure since 2014, and I'm also part of the Azure community in Belgium, where we organize also some evening sessions and do a big conference once a year. That's called Cloud Brew. So if you're ever in the mood of visiting Belgium, I would definitely recommend to do that during Cloud Brew, so you can visit our lovely conference. So Azure has been focusing on Azure since 2011. We mostly focus on Azure Platform as a Service. We have offices in Helsinki, Finland, and I'm based in Ghent, Belgium. And we also have a lot of cool logos from Microsoft. But let's stick to the point, and let's talk about IoT. So for people that are familiar with IoT or already read about that or seen a presentation or two about IoT, IoT is all about things, getting those things connected, and creating some insights and actions upon that. An important decision that companies make, or developers trying to build a solution, is the difference between a platform as a service or a software as a service solutions. An example of that is software as a service. You can see that as IoT Central. Well, if you go for the platform as a service route, you end up using IoT Hub, digital twins, and all the other IoT services of Azure. So it's important when starting an IoT project that you definitely make those decisions. You make those decisions first. And the biggest advantage of, for example, using platform as a service is the fact that you are in full control. So also take those things into account. But the most important fact of doing an IoT project or introducing IoT within a company is to really have to not treat it as a simple project, but really integrate IoT strategically within your company, within your business processing. So, and it's all about defining how mature your IoT solution and your organization is for doing IoT. And I must say that digital twins brings another leverage to the table, which really allows company to deeply integrate IoT within their solutions. So what we see today is, and what you see in a lot of conversations and presentations today, is that it's all about connecting assets. So we want to connect our electricity meters, our water meters, to just get some readings on top of that. But there's an emerging trend going on that customers want to start modeling their they want to model their physical environment first, and keep that physical environment up to date with IoT data. And that's a more natural approach to IoT, as you will start integrating IoT within your different solutions. So we're starting to move from a connected assets environment to like a more connected environment where we have, for example, a full factory being IoT enabled, or a complete house being IoT enabled, and so on. So as these connected environments or connected solutions tend to grow, they also will need to talk to each other. And really what businesses and companies and technical people are looking for or trying to achieve is having every one of those connected environments talking with each other and really creating that connected ecosystem where you can learn from each other and really virtual represent the physical world with digital twins. So, and this is where the Azure Digital Twin comes into play. It's a service that's allowing to create those next generation IoT solution that start from a model of your physical location of the physical world. You map it to the digital world, and then start creating those streams of data that keep that digital representation up to date and bring it there. So the service is, I think it went GA a couple of weeks ago actually, and it's actually a version 2. And the difference between the version 1 and version 2 are pretty significant, and we're based on big feedback received from the team. So what does it has now? It has a open modeling language. It's a language where you can start modeling your environment. There's a live execution environment. You can have input from IoT and business systems, and you can create outputs to time series insights, storage, and analytics. What I will do is, as these 4 components that I'm talking about here are the cornerstones of digital twins, what I will do is I will just go a bit deeper into details upon them. So first of all, there's the open modeling language. And the open modeling language is called the Digital Twin Definition Language. And it allows you to create custom domain models based on the Digital Twin Definition Language. What Microsoft is chosen to do with this service is to use the same set of language or the same set of way of describing this this model across the different IoT services. So the way you are defining your digital twin here is used in other services like IoT plug and play and time series insights data model. So you can, if you know how to write a time series insight data model, you will definitely quickly learn how to write a digital twin definition language. And what this model means is you will start describing your twin via certain properties. A property is just a data field which represents a state, and that allows you to read that every time. There's telemetry. There's no IoT without telemetry, and those are measurements from sensors, events, and you can see that as a time series stream of data. Then there's a component. You can see that as a kind of interface, allowing you to build a certain part of the twin and reuse it in other models. Think, for example, if you have a cell phone, you have a front camera and a back camera. Just you have one component, the camera, that can be used as a back camera. And then once you have those things going on, you can create relationships between those. For example, if you have two twins that are linked with each other, you can create a relationship between them. But after going through a couple of slides, what I will do is definitely show you some demos. You know what? I'm going to just maybe talk about the digital twin definition language first, to just show it while we're at the slide. So this is how the twin definition language is looking at. As you can see, it's pretty much a JSON file with a set of fixed fields and this ID will be used to define relationships with each other. So then the type, this is just a fixed value that always has to be interface. You can give it a proper display name. The context is also the same. That's just the fixed value for Azure Digital Twins. And then the most important thing is the contents. So the contents is really, this is where you will start defining how your digital twin is looking like, or what kind of properties or other things your digital twin has. As you can see here, what I'm doing is I'm trying to map out a digital house. And that house has a property construction year, it has a property owner, and it has a relationship to floors. So what I'm saying here is that my house, it has a year, it has an owner, and it has a couple of floors. So if I'm going to look at the other model, you can see here, let me zoom in a bit more. You have the ID here, the model that is defining my floor. So if I go back to the original one, you can see here that the target of this relationship is the ID of the digital twin here, of the digital model, sorry, here. So I'm here now just defining my floor of a house. So again, we give it an ID, some fixed values, and then the contents. I've chosen not to give any properties to the floor. What I'm just saying is that, okay, my floor, it has a relationship rooms. So on my floor, there's a possibility of having a digital twin of the type room within my floor. So same thing for the room. It pretty much always comes down to the same set of things you need to do. So once you get going with this language, things will start flowing naturally. Again, I'm giving it ID, some fixed values, and a display name. And what I'm doing here is that I'm defining inside my contents that my room has a temperature, it has a humidity, and within my rooms, I have the possibility to have sensors. So again, I'm giving it a type relationship, and I'm targeting the sensors. And the sensors, again, having that ID here, and my sensors have a property firmware version of those sensors and a temperature and humidity telemetry that will be updated with the IoT data. So this is how you use the modeling language to basically start describing your situation or your physical world in a JSON format. In this case, I've mapped out a house. So let's move on to the live execution environment. So once you have defined your model, you can start creating twin instances and relationships of those models that you've defined. So for example, in our case, what we will do is I will create one instance of house. I will create 3 floor instances and a couple of room instances. And you will see that they will pretty much create a graph version based on the relationships we defined. And you will see that there's a visual representation of a house within the digital twin environment. So, and once you have that twin going on, so once you have that your model, your twin instance up and running, you can start processing data into that environment. In our case, what we will do is we will start injecting data from IoT Hub towards those data storages. So what I will do is I will just open up Visual Studio. So no, let me first open up the Azure portal. Let me zoom in a bit. So for this demo, what I did is I created a digital twins service. In the portal itself, you will not see that much. You have some identity. You have some networking possibilities. You have some properties, but the underlying core of digital twins is really interacting with this through APIs, through the SDK, and the other possible endpoints of digital twins. So there's not really much going on within the Azure portal itself. However, there is a digital twin explorer that is available for you, allowing you to go into the service and see that digital twin. As you can see here, what I did is I've already uploaded my models to the service. You can do that either way through querying through your Explorer, or you can perfectly interact with the SDK to upload the models to there. So let me maybe show you that one. So here, for example, if you want, most of the action is happening with this one. So you're using the Azure Digital Twins core and core serialization. And then you define a digital twins client, and this is where all the action is going on with the twin. So what I'm doing here is I'm just saying I'm creating the list of models, and I can say to my digital twin, create the model, which is basically the same as uploading those models into Azure. So once you have those models available, as already mentioned, you can start creating twin instances of those models. So an example is here, where this may look a bit confusing. So first of all, you have to define the metadata. So you have to say what twin instance you will be creating. So I will create a digital twin based on the house model, and I will give it the necessary twin data. So construction year 1985, and me as the owner of the house. To then create the digital twin, you just call the create digital twin async, and what you will have to do is you have to give it a twin ID, and then you serialize that metadata you have. And basically, this is what you do for all these models. So in this case, for the floors, what I'm doing, I'm saying, okay, I want a new floor defined. I provide the metadata, and I create 3 floors, 3 times the same metadata, but with a different ID. Same for the rooms. What I will do is create a kitchen, create a living room, create a bedroom, a bathroom, and then I'm even lucky enough to have a master bedroom in this digital world. So, and once you have all those things defined, you can create them. So let me go back to the portal here and run it. As you can see here, the digital twin, or the graph is currently empty. And let me just run this piece of code. So what this code will do is, as I've just shown, create all the different twin instances based on the models, and create the relationships between them. So let's get going. I say set up digital twin. I need to authorize myself. I think it's this account. Can close that. And as you can see here, my console application, you can see that it's the different twin has been created, the bedroom has been created, the different sensors have been created, and then all the relationships between them are being created. If I go to my digital twin explorer right now, you can see here that the digital twin, or the digital twin, is already filled in with all the instances that I have defined. So basically, what we've done is based on the models we defined, we created our digital twin. So, and if you would take a closer look, you can select a certain twin, and you will see here that I will just click that open. That will probably be better. No, never mind. So you can see here that the construction year and the owner that we've defined are in the model. You will also get some metadata, like, okay, this is the model that it's based on, and the last update time of the specific property is visible on the digital twin. So now we have that model running. You can start injecting or creating data or routing data towards the digital twin. And this is where the the whole storage and analytics comes into play. So once you have data flowing into the system, you can create additional routes via Event Hub, Event Grid, or Service Bus, and extract or route the data that is flowing through your twin towards other endpoints. For example, you can store data in Azure Data Lake. You can connect to Logic Apps. You can connect to time series insights, and so on. So I'm going to, based upon the models we defined and our different instances of our digital twins that are currently up and running, we are going to create an end-to-end demo. So what I will do is I will have a couple of simulated devices that are connected to IoT Hub, and it will start ingesting data towards IoT Hub. That data that is ingested in IoT Hub, I will route that through a function. Why this is a function, I will come back to details on that later. But the main reason is that currently there's no hard connection or seamless integration between IoT Hub and Azure Digital Twins. So you need to have like that intermediate step there to pick the data from IoT Hub and route it to digital twins. So once we have that data in digital twins, what we will do is we will, based on certain events that are happening within the digital twins, we will take those events and output them to Event Hub, and then eventually show them into time series insights. So that way you will get a end-to-end flow of simulated devices ingesting data into IoT Hub, updating the digital twin model, and getting that graph or that real-time stream of data within time series insights. The step below here, the JSON, the different JSON files of our digital twin, where we started, where we modeled that digital twin, we already did that step. So these are already imported. So there's stuff being ingested there. So let's immediately jump to the demo. Yes, let's go to the portal first. So let's go to the portal here. Let's IoT Hub. So if I take the IoT devices, it's a bit slow. Yeah. So as you can see here, I have a couple of devices created. Nothing really fancy. Just created a new device, and I'm using the connection string in my console application to have that to send the data to IoT Hub. Sorry, I lost it a bit over there. So, and once that data arrives there, I'm using an event. I'm using Event Grid with an event subscription to route the data to a Azure function endpoint. So just I can definitely show that details. So what I'm doing here is every time a device telemetry message is entering on my IoT Hub, what it will do, it will take that message and send it or route it to my process hub messages. So this is a function that is taking all the data that is coming into IoT Hub and taking it in the function, and then updating the digital twin. So I do have the code some here. So what it will do is, let me see here. So what it will do is, you can see here, it has an event grid trigger, this function. So basically every time a message arrives, this function will run. What we will do is, we do some authentication to the digital twin. But then what it does is it will read the device ID of the message from IoT Hub, and then based on the ID, to make our life easier, we've just giving our sensors within our digital twin the same name, just for ease of this demo. And what we will do is we will read out the temperature and the humidity of the IoT Hub message, and then just call the twin update property, basically saying, okay, here's a new value of that sensor. Just start updating my my digital twin with that value. I do get a lot of questions or from customers or people implementing digital twins. Is that okay? I do understand where this is going, but why do I have to create an event subscription and a function to just start ingesting that data towards digital twin? Wouldn't it be easier to just have that direct connection from IoT Hub to my digital twin, and just without having that intermediate function in between? And that perfectly makes sense. So, and I believe that the digital twin team already received that feedback a lot, and I can see that happening in the future, where you will have that seamless integration with IoT Hub and digital twins without having that without having that intermediate step there. So I just saw that there's a question on limitation that this data pipe has. There's no limitations except the limitation of IoT Hub itself. So based on the certain price and scale you've selected for your IoT Hub, I just don't know if this is, yeah. So based on the SKU, there's a certain limit of the amount of messages you can send through IoT Hub, and that will basically also be the limit you be able to send to digital twins. So why is that? So digital twins has no there's no hard limit on the messages there. It just scales as you need it. So if you want to send 1 million messages to it, it will just take those messages in and start scaling accordingly. It's a platform as a service that will just scale to your needs. So that was the question. So yeah, what we will do is we will start updating those messages. So what I will immediately do is I will start my super cool device simulator. It's always a pity, those digital events that you can't work with real devices, but yeah, this will also probably do the trick. So as you can see here, I'm sending telemetry data for each sensor every 5 seconds, and if all goes well, we should see, if I run this query again, we should see some values being updated on our different sensor. You can see here the temperature within the bathroom is 20 degrees, humidity is 48, and as we go along, you can see that these values are being updated as we speak. So as you can see here, I can, this is just maybe a small thing, but you can select your digital twins. You can even run specific queries where you can say, because now I just did a select star from digital twins, but what I also can do is say, okay, where my, what I just, do not make mistake. What I could do is, okay, what I can do is, okay, only now select my my sensors, so I can know what's going on my sensors. So, and again, this is a super powerful query language, allowing you, to basically run queries on top of your digital twins to have that model. You can even, if you want, say that the results have to be overlaid, and then what he will do, you will see here that he will select those sensors in a more clear way. So the query language with this one is really powerful. Let's continue, because I'm rattling along and looking at the time, and we still have a lot of ground to cover. So sorry about rattling and being a bit too enthusiastic, but I will try to end this on time, so you have a bit of lunch. So what we're doing is, as mentioned, we're updating the digital twin. You can see the data being sorry for that. Let me just run the query again. You can see that the data is flowing through, so we're updating things as we go along. So we're now already covered. Oh, sorry, no, not the conclusion yet. Too soon. So we now covered this one, the fact that we are keeping this twin up to date with telemetry data and feeding that twin with all types of data. But as already mentioned, you also want the possibility, or digital twin provides you the possibility to extract the data or extract things that are going on within your digital twin and extract it to somewhere else. And this is where we talk about now, where we will route different certain events to event hubs and display it in time series insights. So let's go back to the portal and go to our digital twin service. So we're ingesting data, and now we want to extract data out of the digital twin. And this is where the connect outputs comes into play. And the connect outputs is, first, you need to create an endpoint. And an endpoint is just, it's allowing you to send data to a specific endpoint within Azure. If you're familiar with IoT Hub endpoints, they're pretty much the same. So as you can see here, I've already created my Event Hub endpoint, but you can create one yourself if you want. Currently, there's 3 types supported. There's Event Grid, Event Hub, and Service Bus. And basically, if you can route to one of these three types, you can basically start building things as you wish, because you end up in a sort of messaging pattern where you can hook up different services and so on. So what we've done is we've created our Event Hub endpoint. Once you have your endpoint defined, you need to define a event route. And what an event route is it's just a route that's where specific events or things happening within your digital twin environment will be routed to. For example, route updates, and I can select an endpoint. So you select one of these endpoints that you've clearly defined. So for example, I want all my twin updates going through my event hub, and then you can select the things that are happening. So in this case, twin updates, what will happen is all my twin updates will be routed towards this endpoint. Again, you can select different types of events that are going on. So what we've done on, yes, let's remove this one. For our event hub endpoint, so what we've done is we've filtered on the twin update. So, and what's happening here is, so every time data is being ingested into the platform, into digital twins, into our sensors, we will get a message on this event hub saying, okay, this twin is being updated with this value. And then what we have is we have a function running that is picking up all these messages. We have time series insights being connected on that event hub and just reading everything that, yes, please don't show notifications. Picking up all the events that are happening on the event hub and displaying them into time series insights. So let's open up time series insights in this case. And if all goes well, we should see some events going on there. So, so you immediately see here that for people that are not familiar with time series insights, you will see here that there's a couple of event streams are entering our time series instance. So what we can do is say, okay, let's show the temperature of this one, show it for this one. Let's just select them all, right? To make it clear. So what we're doing here is, let me zoom in a bit on these events. What we're doing here is we're visualizing the stream of events that are flowing through the system and visualizing it in time series insights. So for people that are not familiar with time series, show it in different lanes. This allows you, this serves to give you a live visualization of your data. And as already mentioned, you can start, you can start defining certain hierarchies within this. What I could do, for example, in this case, is bring the model I've defined in my digital twin, bring it here, and I will also see that same hierarchy within my time series insights. So yeah, this is a pretty interesting service. You can also, if you select a certain value, you can also explore the events coming in. And as you can see here, there's the values flowing in from our digital twins directly within time series insights. So I think that was most of the things. What I do want to mention is that the demo that I'm showing here, so especially the let me stop this. So the model, with JSON, how to create the twins, the device simulator, and the different functions, those are available on my GitHub. So if you want to give it a go, just download the source codes, fix my bugs that are maybe in there, and you can run that demo on your environment yourself. You will only need to create the digital twin instance, the IoT hub, and so on. But most of the code is there. So that was it for the demo. So let's before jumping into questions, if there's any, I saw a couple of passing by. Let's talk about what we've learned today, or what digital twins is. So digital twins is a platform that allowing you to go beyond that classic connect, create insights on your data, but really allows you to start creating those next generation of IoT solution, really modeling out your environment and starting from that ground up. It has a big event-driven approach, as you can see. As already mentioned, there's no like direct connection with the different service. Everything now is pretty much event-driven. Also, extracting data from the service itself. It's all through events and so on. So it's a platform as a service, allowing you to create or interact with the service through REST APIs or with the SDKs that I've done. So that's a bit of the conclusion. It's a pretty cool service to play around with and to bring into in discussion with customers when they're talking about IoT and having digital twins. So before I take it over to the questions, big thank you to the sponsors. Without them and also being part of an Azure community in Belgium, we know that these kinds of events are super hard to create without sponsors. So a big thank you both to the sponsors and the organizations, because this organization has been very smooth. So don't forget, there's also a chance to win some swag. You can win a T-shirt, and you just fill in or apply through that link. So with that said, let's take it over to the questions. As already mentioned, you can find the demo on my GitHub account. If you run into issues trying things out, just give a shout on Twitter. Just reach out. Happy to help. So let's see if there's some questions. So there was a question on the amount of data that could be ingested. As already mentioned, that depends of your IoT hub or your data that you ingest from the other services. As Digital Twin is a platform as a service, it will just scale towards your needs. So it doesn't matter if you send 10 events or 1 million, it will just scale to the things you need. Another question was, are there any setbacks or things that you would like to see different within the platform? And I would say yes. There's a couple of things that are not ideal, and that's the whole thing of getting. No, let me just. What am I doing? The whole way of getting your data within that digital twin instance. It's pretty not useful to have to write a function in between that service to just get that data in there. But that's one of the let us say, setbacks that there is on the servers, that it's pretty cumbersome to hook those ingestion pipelines together. So if there's no more questions, I would like to thank you for attending. I think it's almost time for lunch, so I hope you enjoy lunch, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. And for everyone who attended, thank you so much for attending. I had a blast, and I hope also you had a blast. So thank you, and enjoy the rest of the conference. See you.
Bet Software is one of the most diverse betting software providers in sub-Saharan Africa, providing reliable software and managing record-breaking volumes. At the forefront of our game-changing development lies Six Software. Our fearless remote and office-based developers decide on their tech stack of choice. We currently provide software and support throughout Africa as we become the technology destination that disrupts global markets.
Hello, everyone. Dumelang, I'm back. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Lebogang Madise. I'm an Azure Developer Audience PMM at Microsoft. And if you would like to connect with me online, you can find me on Twitter at Lebo Madise. Today we have a lightning session titled Your Azure Certification Journey Decoded. So in this session, I'll be giving you an overview of the Microsoft certification offering, as well as going deeper in how you could map your journey in getting certified. So by the way, I've got two screens. So if you see me switching between the two, I'm trying to keep up with what's being shared, as well as looking at you online. Before we kick off, I'd like to remind you all that you do stand a chance to win some swag similar to this t-shirt that I have on, as well as some caps. So there's like lots of giveaways that you could get. Do apply by filling in the swag. So it's aka.ms/AZBSA swag 2021. Good luck. So I'll be covering three things. It's a very short session. I'll be going over the certifications offering, as well as going deeper into three types of journeys: the IT Pro journey, the developer journey, as well as the data and AI pros journey. And then I'll also be sharing some online training resources along with some trainer-led resources that you could leverage for free. Okay, so what many people don't know is that Azure certifications actually span across three different clouds: the Azure cloud, the M365 cloud, also known as the Modern Workplace Cloud, which is home to all Office applications as well as the Windows operating system. And then we've got the Business Applications Cloud, which is the home of all our ERP solutions, as well as the like sitting near it is our Power Platform offering as well. So there are lots and lots of certifications, but then today I will be focusing mainly on the Azure offering. So there's actually more to it than this. I'll be going deeper into the associate and the expert level certifications, and also giving you a snippet as to what the fundamental certifications mean and represent. Okay, so kicking off with the first role. So the reason why I emphasize on role is that each certification is aligned to a specific role or job. So when you start your journey, we may all start with Azure Fundamentals, irrespective of the career that you choose. So the Azure Fundamentals introduce you to our cloud offering, as well as its capabilities and solutions that you can build on it. So whether you're a marketing representative or a developer, we often recommend people to do the Azure Fundamentals course so that they can have a understanding of what Azure as a cloud is and what it means and what it allows you to do, um, how it empowers you to scale your solutions. So that's where you start. If you're an IT professional, this is where you would start. And then it's not a prerequisite to have the fundamentals if you would like to do the Azure Administrator uh, associate level certification. However, for people who are new to the cloud offering, we normally recommend that they do start off with the fundamentals. So if you're an IT pro, you'd start with the Azure Administrator Associate certification, where you will learn how to implement, manage, and monitor cloud solutions. And then you've got an opportunity to expand on your journey and grow in your role. So this leads to three different types of roles which you can explore deeper: the Azure Security Engineer journey, the Azure Solutions Architect journey, as well as the Azure for SAP Workloads journey. With the Azure Security Engineer journey, that's where you will learn how to implement and manage and secure cloud solutions. And then as a solutions architect, you will learn how to design and implement end-to-end cloud solutions and be able to support your organization in doing that as well. And as a SAP, uh, uh, by going the SAP workloads route, you will learn how to manage SAP solutions on Azure. So a lot of the people don't know that actually you can build SAP solutions on Azure, on Microsoft Cloud. So it doesn't stop there. You know, you can already, just by being here, you are at a higher end in your career, considered either mid to senior in role. And some people choose to stay here and just go deeper and deeper with their skills. However, you can continue on and specialize. So we've seen a growing trend of careers such as DevOps engineers or DevOps specialists. So if you want to become a DevOps champ, what we normally recommend is to have a solid foundation in a technical area and then take on the DevOps engineer expert learning path so that you can learn towards the certification exam. So the learning path enables you to deliver continuous value whilst integrating people, processes, and technologies. So it follows an agile methodology there. And then you can either go that path or choose to go the Azure Stack Hub operator path, where you will learn how to bring cloud agility on premises. So so yeah, and then we've got the administrator for Azure Virtual Desktop. I know a lot of universities as well as a lot of organizations are actually building solutions on or making use of Azure Virtual Desktop. So if you want to be able to support or or deliver experiences through remote apps on Azure, this would be the speciality that you would want to specialize in. So, so all of this is geared to enable you to migrate apps and infrastructure to the cloud. So, as an administrator, you typically be the advisor in your organization, as well as helping them map their migration journey from on-prem to the cloud. And then you'd also be able to manage Windows Server and hybrid cloud solutions, as well as manage Linux on Azure virtual machines. So that is the IT pros journey. And then we've got the journey for developers. So this can kick off from various forms of paths paths. So you could either start off with Azure Fundamentals or Azure Data Fundamentals or Azure AI Fundamentals. So Nasiri, in the session earlier on, when he shared around using drag and drop for building AI models, if you just want to simulate an AI solution and yet you may not have deep technical skills from an AI perspective. So Azure Fundamentals is actually the course that will help you and able to do that. So the demos he was running, there's a hands-on approach that you learn on Microsoft Learn for free, where you get to learn how to do that. The Azure Data Fundamentals is mainly for people who really love working with data. Um, Previous roles would be stuff like SQL developers. So you take your background knowledge of working with databases, and then you are now being introduced on how to apply that on a cloud offering. And then I've touched on fundamentals. So you would start off your journey with the basics by mastering them, and then moving on to an Azure Developer Associate certification, where you learn how to design, build, test, and maintain cloud apps. So a lot of the people can stay in this lane for quite some time and really grow in career and do very well in the industry. However, we are seeing growing trends where people are are gearing into specialized roles. So where they go from being an Azure developer into a DevOps engineer, which I touched on previously. And then you can even go deeper into an Azure AI engineer route. So the AI engineer route is actually quite different from the data scientist route. So so this one um, just enables you at a more advanced level than the AI fundamentals, but it doesn't go that deep as compared to the data science uh, certification, which I will share a bit about. So with this AI engineer one, you learn how to build, manage, and deploy AI solutions. So we will compare that with the data scientist one shortly. You can also, so some people love code as well as hardware. So you can branch on to being an IoT developer by specializing into the Azure IoT developer certification, where you learn to develop cloud and edge IoT solutions. So just to make sure that you understand this journey, you can go from your developer associate journey to either being a DevOps engineer or remaining as a developer um, for the cloud. You know, guys who do cloud native apps. I know Rick covered that in the keynote earlier this morning. So those would be our Azure developers. So you could either go through these paths or this path, as well as that path. So if someone is a cloud solutions architect, chances are they have this Azure Solutions Architect certifications. So the main messaging for developers is migrate your data to the cloud and help your organization scale. And then we've got the data and AI professionals journey. So the difference here between the developer journey as well as the data and AI journey is that even though from a basics perspective, you have the same foundational certifications, when you get to the associate level certifications, that's where the difference starts. The 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 database administrator one is one I would recommend people who really want to work with large workloads of databases, you know, and be able to manage them from a cloud perspective. So it has a lot integrated there. It doesn't teach you the basics of database management. It actually opens you up to the opportunity of using the database of your choice. You know, so SQL being the most popular one, but many other open source databases are also supported. So if you want to manage relational cloud and hybrid databases, this is the certification for you. And if you wanna build, manage, and deploy AI solutions, like I said, you can start off with AI fundamentals, continue on to being an AI engineer, and then going deeper by pursuing the data scientist route. So this one, um, I would recommend for people that have like strong statistics and maths backgrounds and really like working with models. Although it's not a prerequisite, I believe you will be able to relate better to the content if you have that background. And then the data engineer one is really just taking this administrator role to the next level. So here you get to learn how to work with both structured and unstructured data and ensure that they're ready for analytics. So so this typically leads you into a data analyst role, and yeah, it's pretty fun. I know quite a number of people in the organization who are data and AI specialists, and they're doing some amazing things. I mean, when you're working with data, chances are sometimes you don't know what you don't know until you know. So if you have people who love working with data, they are able to extrapolate new insights from data sets and teach us about, you know, the value that is in the data that we have, or even start developing new journeys or opportunities that typically wouldn't have been identified before they created that analysis. So for IT pros on a high level, if you want to continue your journey, there are various ways. So we've got a lot of people who deeply focus on migrating apps and infrastructure to the cloud. So we've got these courses that are available for you that you can do on Microsoft Learn. And then we have people who want to manage Windows Server and hybrid solutions. And this is the journey that they would follow. I see we are on time. I will make these available. I just wanted to share the main thing here, that we have Microsoft virtual training days available on a weekly basis. So I have opened here a browser page to just show you what it looks like. And it's available 24 hours because we work across many different time zones. So you have to book because this is an instructor led training. And what's great about virtual training days is that you actually get a certification voucher at the end of the 2-day training. So do have a look, book, and get certified. And then I also wanted to share, if you want to have a look today about the certifications that I was sharing, they are available online for you to have a look, and the learning paths. So if you go to Microsoft Learn and you go to certifications, all those roles that I touched on today and more, you are able to find online. Thank you.
Bet Software is one of the most diverse betting software providers in sub-Saharan Africa, providing reliable software and managing record-breaking volumes. At the forefront of our game-changing development lies Six Software. Our fearless remote and office-based developers decide on their tech stack of choice. We currently provide software and support throughout Africa as we become the technology destination that disrupts global markets.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back if you join us from the break to this afternoon session of Azure Bootcamp South Africa 2021. Before we begin, just want to say a big thank you to our sponsors. Without them, we wouldn't be hosting this event. And thank you so much for all your generosity. So, I'm Arawan Naidu, and in today's session, we're going to be going through Azure IoT Hub and learning about visualizing your data. So, some information about myself. I'm a software engineer at Intellect Software, primarily working in the data engineering space, hence looking at how I can visualize the data that I get out of my IoT devices. Some of the agenda of what we're going to work through today. I'm going to be talking about what is IoT, some common uses and devices, Azure, and what does Azure have to offer in terms of IoT. Then we're going to look at using simulated devices to generate some IoT data and visualizing this data using Power BI. So, what is IoT, right? IoT, the Internet of Things, can be thought of as a collection of devices and sensors that are able to capture data and stream or share this data through the internet. Now, these devices and sensors capture a lot of information and data. And if you look at the devices we have today, right, almost everyone has a smartphone. Currently, I think there are more phones per person in Africa than the actual number of people. Now, those devices that are smartphones that are able to capture information with the sensors on there. And whoever thought the calculator in your pocket would be able to send telemetry data of where you are and what you possibly were doing up to a cloud service or streaming that data about. Nowadays, a new popular device that people are getting is smart watches, and those watches have sensors on them. Those sensors have so much of information, and that information can be collected and streamed to services to process, or it's able to process the service on device, and similar to edge processing. If you take a smartwatch that's able to track a runner's pace, that device is processing the speed that the runner is moving at and giving the runner more information about what he's actually doing. Now, if you look at the image that we have up, right, this is a factory process with a machine doing some sort of production. The machine could have sensors that tell it its positional alignment and things like that while it's being controlled by the person on the other end. However, if there is some failure in position and movement, would the person controlling it know about it? Yes or no? That's the question to be defined. However, the manufacturer can set up algorithms that work on the device that monitor the state of the sensors and are able to take preventative measures before an incident happens. And this could be a new feature that's deployed. And now with the Internet of Things, and the new feature could be deployed remotely to the device without the device actually having to be moved off the factory floor. So bringing me to IoT and what I've used, right? I initially started off with a similar device as Raspberry Pi. This is a small device, but packs a lot. And it was initially created for the idea of teaching computer science in schools in the UK. And since then, the Maker World has used it quite often for projects and different ideas. Since I got it, I thought, okay, besides just having this device, could I actually learn any useful skills that I could use at work? Now, being data focused, I wanted to actually use this device to capture data and somehow do something with it. And that's where it brought me to using Power BI to visualize this data. So I started off initially with a sensor like this, which is a DHT11 sensor that captures temperature and humidity. It's now connected to a Node MCU. And this was a traditional project that I found common being used across solutions that others were using. So I decided to see what I could do with the Pi. That brought me to Windows 10 IoT Core, which was a lightweight OS designed for IoT devices. And it was great because it already could support the Raspberry Pi. It had a simple way to install it using a flash drive, and it's designed to run in headless mode. However, things were not as simple. And firstly, there was the extra physical device that I had to figure out how to link to my computer, as well as getting the device set up and working with a device in headless mode. Having limited prior coding experience and primarily working with data, having to learn a new coding language did take some time and was a bit challenging. And the first time that I developed a solution to work on my Raspberry Pi, I decided to use the temperature and humidity sensor to capture data and stream this to my Azure IT Hub. Within the first few seconds that I connected, I actually maxed out my allowed messages. And that taught me a good lesson of really understanding my code before I decide to run things. So with this device, you can work on a lot more projects and a lot more complex things if you add on different components and sensors to it. So it does not limit, you're not limited. And so when I first started, this was a few years ago, and there were not as many options in terms of simulators and stuff. In the session we're going to do today, we're going to work through a few simulators and simulated apps, and you'll see that it's much easier to work with a simulated device, and it abstracts the actual development process from having to worry about the connectivity with the physical device until you're at the stage where you need to interface with the physical device. Some other interesting devices that I feel important to mention is the Azure Sphere. What we see on the screen is the Azure Sphere Development Kit, and this is an MCU controller that adds an additional layer of security using Microsoft Azure's developed tools through the Azure Sphere Kit that you could add onto your IT solution. You can order this from Azure online, and it can be used onto any existing IT solution that you're looking to build. The next item on the list is the Movidas Neural Compute Chip or Neural Compute Stick. And this is a great little device that brings vision and AI processing capabilities to your IT solution or edge device. So if you're looking to process something such as image recognition and your device does not have the processing power to run the algorithms you need, you could attach a Movida stick to it and actually use the Movida stick processing power to run the algorithms or AI. And that brings me to the final device that does not get much attention, but it's a Telo drone. It's a small little device that's quite capable because it's one of the things that it is packing is the Movida chip, which supports a lot of the AI and vision processing, as well as it's packing a lot of technology from DJI. If in 2018, DJI released a SDK with Microsoft that allows you to do development on the DJI drones in relation from your Microsoft PC, and also allows you to connect it up to a lot of the other services available. And my interest in this drone was if I could get into the stream and actually start streaming some of these images into Azure for any image recognition projects. And the cool thing is I have seen makers out there actually find ways to get into the data stream through Wi-Fi. And the cool thing about that is the drone as well was developed with the functionality and an API to allow kids to use it and to learn programming through the PC using a Okay, so we do have a question, and I will take questions towards the end of the session. So in terms of IT devices, a Raspberry Pi can be found from most of the online stores that are selling maker devices. And I'm not going to put any plugs for any stores online, but a quick search, you should be able to find a lot of these devices, as well as if you are not able to get anything locally, you can try shipping them from Amazon, as they do offer a lot of products as well that you can get. So in terms of Azure and IT, we need to look at what are the features that Azure has to offer for our solutions that we want to build. And we start off with Azure's IT Hub, which is a platform as a service solution, allowing you to connect, manage, and maintain your IT devices. It is a lot more lightweight than IT Central, which is a pre-built platform with a simple user interface and provide you with insights and visualizations of your device that allows you to connect a list of pre-configured devices that are supported easily without having to develop the entire infrastructure for yourself. We then have Azure IT Edge, which allows us to connect to and manage our edge devices, as well as provision new features and stuff that we'd like to deploy to edge devices through our Azure IT solution. I spoke about Azure Fear being an additional layer of security and software that you can add into your Azure IT solution. And then we have Windows IT, which is an actual lightweight OS for your Raspberry Pi or any of your IT solutions. So in today's session, I'm going to try to be as quick as possible. I did pre-record some of the content so that as much time, so they'll get as much time in term as possible. And we're going to be looking at creating an Azure IT Hub, setting up an Azure Stream Analytics job to stream our data to Power BI. And we're going to use an online simulator for our virtual Raspberry Pi, as well as setting up a simulated app through Visual Studio Code. So let's get started with creating our first IoT hub. So to get started, we start at the landing page of our Azure IT Hub, and we search for our Azure portal, and we search for Azure IT using the search bar. Now, the one thing that I do want to point out is that for this session, I used a Microsoft Learn sandbox. This basically allows you to go through any of the Microsoft Learning parts, setting up a sandbox to use as a resources while you're learning without having to sign up for a paid subscription. And I think I just answered Joel's question. So now let's create a new Azure IT Hub. And the first thing that I want to note is conscious subscription, as I'm using a Learn subscription, as well as the resource groups name starts with Learn. Resource groups gives us a nice way to categorize our services, resources, and products that go into a solution. In this case, I'm just using the default resource group. And now I'm going to look at setting up a name for my IT Hub. Let's give it a simple, friendly name. And I'm going to call this ZA Azure IT Hub. And as you can see that there are limitations in terms of the names, and Azure tells us a name is accepted. I'm going to leave this in the default environment since I'm using a Microsoft Learn sandbox. When you look at networking, right, in the production environment, you are going to want to set up private access and ensure that you have the proper private networks and endpoints set up, as well as routing. For this demo, we're going to look at using public access. Now, when you move on to the management tab, we see that the first thing we have to look at is our pricing and tiers. And we have three tiers: your S1, your S tier, your basic tier, and your free tier. The differences between your basic tier and your free tier are the services, that primarily being your cloud to device commands, your IT edge, and your device management. That's not available on your basic tier, right? But you do have the same amount of messages, 4,000 messages per day, that you would have in your standard tier that you can send. If you look at the free tier, it has all the services enabled. However, the limit comes in your messages per day. But this is more than sufficient for us to prototype or develop, or while developing a solution, to test out the services without having to send an extraordinary number of messages up to the cloud. In terms of the other functionality, we will leave that as default and continue on to the next tab. And tags allows us a way to easily categorize our resources. For now, I'm happy with just using the resource group to categorize it, as I'm not creating that many resources. We can then move on to review and create a solution. Once Azure validates the solution, we can then click create. So now that we click created, Azure would now provision our solution and set it be deploying our IT hub. It does take a while to deploy, and once that's deployed, we can then go into the resource. So a resource has been deployed. Let's go and look at our actual Azure IT hub and review what's in our hub. Once we go into the IT hub, we are presented with the overview page. This tells us a few details of the name of the hub, the type of tier that we set up, as well as details around messages that have been sent to the cloud from your devices, number of devices that you have available, as well as the message limits that you get. One of the things that we need to look at in terms of settings is our shared access policies, and this does provide us details around how we can access our hub and programs and services that we create can access our hub. In this demo, we'll be using the policy of the IT hub owner for any of our services. Next thing under settings that we're going to look at is 14 endpoints. Our endpoints are used to access our hubs and transfer data across different areas that we need. And we are going to be seeing us use an endpoint when we try to set up a stream analytics show. And we'll be using this endpoint to stream the data through to Power BI. Next, under Explorers, what we have is Create Explorer and IT Devices Explorer. In our IT Devices Explorer, this is where we will provision an IT device and create a new device that we're using. And then we'd link this device to our physical device or virtual device. We then have IT Edge. And similar to how we link an IT device, we create an edge device or provision edge device, and we link it, and we could perform deployments to the device and updates through our IT hub. Cool. So now that we've set up our IT hub, we can look at how do we go ahead and provision a new device. Once we go into the IT hub, we are presented with the overview page. This tells us a few details of what we set up, the name of the hub, the type of tier that we set up, as well as details around message. So let's look at setting up our first IT device. So we go into our Explorers tab, go into IT devices, check to add a new device, and let's give it a name. And I'm naming this device 1, as we might add in a few additional devices. Leave everything as default, and we'll continue to use settings as is, and click save. Now that we've created the device, we can see it within our Explorer, and we can see the device labeled. What we actually need to get to the device is the key to allow our physical device to connect to the hub and be able to send messages. If we navigate into the actual device details, we are able to see keys that are needed, and what we want to get from here is the connection string. We're just going to copy it out and use this in one of the existing simulators that Microsoft has created. The simulator simulates a Raspberry Pi, which we spoke about is one of the devices they used or can be used for IT projects. And the simulator has a lot of the functionality pre-built into it to simulate temperature and pressure monitoring. Being sent up to the Azure cloud into your Azure IT hub. So the first thing that we need to do is add in the connection string. And the code is already configured so that you just paste in the connection string for your new hub. And then it should be able to connect to your hub and send messages once it's active. So let's run the code. Code is now running, and we can see the response come back. And it is sending message IT hub without errors, and we can see the little light blinking on the dashboard. So let's give it a while. Let's send at least 10 messages before we stop the device. Okay. And now let's head over to our Azure IT Hub. Go back into our hub. And let's have a look at our overview page. So as you can see, right, there's an immediate spike in the number of messages sent, total of 2 messages. If we actually refresh this now, we should then see the message count go up, and we see that messages for today is 5. And that's over a short while of messages being sent from our simulator. And there we have it. We've successfully set up an Azure IT Hub, provisioned the device, and used a virtual device to simulate messages to our IT Hub in the cloud. Okay, sorry about the audio. I'll try to keep my mic muted while I'm playing any of the demos. So what we've seen is we've set up a new Azure IT Hub. We've then provisioned the device, and we've used an online simulator to stream messages to this device. Now that's all fun and well, right? To be able to set up a device using the GUI interface while we're working. However, what most of us who develop in some sort of IDE. And that's why I thought it would be a good idea for us to actually use Visual Studio Code as the next tool that we use to set up and provision an IT device. So in this demo, we're going to look at provisioning an IT device through Visual Studio Code. We already have an existing IT hub that we created, and so we don't need to recreate that. However, to be able to use Visual Studio Code, you do need to ensure that you've installed the Azure IT Hub extensions. Once those extensions are installed, you should be able to easily interact with your Azure IT Hub. So command that we're going to run is to create an Azure IoT device. And once we choose the command, it's going to ask us to enter a name. So let's call it my IoT device 2. And that's what's it being provisioned. The device gets provisioned and we get returned some of the information on the device as well as the connection string that we can use. Let's copy the connection string and we will now use this in a simulated app in Visual Studio Code. So once you've installed the extension for Azure IoT Hub, you should be able to find your IoT Hub in your Explorer. So if you look to the left, you would see that I have my IoT Hub in there as well as devices, endpoints, any event hubs, and any storage existing within my IoT Hub. So the app that we're using is from one of the existing Microsoft Learn courses. And this app basically simulates a temperature and humidity monitoring device in a cheesecake. With this app, we do have some code to send messages to the cloud, provide error messages, as well as turn a fan on and off. With this, there is a companion backend service that runs that allows us to monitor the messages and events sent through our IoT Hub. To begin with, we need to update the device details or connection string within our application. And let's make sure that it's saved. Once it's updated, we then can execute our app. Using the terminal, let's run our app and we will see it say connect and try to send messages to Azure IoT Hub. Notice that, and now we are seeing messages that's being sent through our Azure IoT Hub. Now that we have our app up and running, sending simulated data up to Azure Cloud, we need to get our backend service up and running. For backend service to run, we need the connection string for our hub and our device. To get that, we now go to our Azure IoT Hub. We can get the details through Visual Studio Code. Here we're going to see how we get it from our shared access policies and get the connection string to our actual hub for backend service to connect to. For this, we're going to use a connection string for IoT Hub owner, and we are just going to copy that connection string, and then we're going to use it back into our backend service in Visual Studio Code. So let's paste that connection string for our hub into our backend service. Save the backend service. And now we run our backend service. And you notice that what we're running now is, it says device 1. We actually called our device 2. So let's just update our script to bring in my IoT device 2 as the device that we created. Let's run the service again. And now we can see it bringing in some of the information related to the device and the device twin. So the current state, the planned state, and so forth. And you can also see the alerts that are being generated by our service and our app. If we now go and look at our Azure IT Hub, we should now be able to see increased number of messages connected. And we'd see that we so far sent 89 messages. We now have 2 devices on our IT Hub, and these messages continue to populate through. If you look at our IT devices, we should see 2 devices in there, as well as a state of these devices that we've just created. Okay, so what we've seen is we've set up 2 IT devices, we've set up an IT hub, and we've streamed data from both those devices to the IT hub. What we're going to look at next is how do we get this data from our IT hub into Power BI and then visualize this data in Power BI. In this demo, we are going to look at streaming data from our IT hub into Power BI. And this is going to be to allow us to visualize our data in Power BI. In this example, we're going to be using a simulated Raspberry Pi data in Power BI. In this example, we're going to be using a simulated Raspberry Pi that's going to send data to our IT hub. We will then set up a Azure Stream Analytics job that will stream the data from our IT hub compatible endpoint to a Power BI dataset. So let's go to our built-in endpoints, and we need to create a new consumer group to allow our Stream Analytics job to consume the data from our IT hub. So I've created a consumer group called Power BI Consumer Group, and this is the consumer group that we will use in our Stream Analytics job. So let's go and create a new Stream Analytics job. Using the search bar, let's search for Stream Analytics. And let's go ahead and create our new Stream Analytics job. I'm using an existing resource group that I've created for this demo. Use a similar location that our resource group is in, so I've put not. Our hosting environment is on the cloud and not on the edge. And we leave the rest as is and create. Our Stream Analytics job is now being deployed, and once that's done, we can go to the resource and we will go through the settings. Let's go to the resource. The first thing that we need to notice is there's a start and a stop, and this allows us to choose when to run this job. Whilst our IT hub is running, we don't necessarily have to stream all of the data all the time into our Power BI dashboard. We can choose to run it at intervals. The next thing that we notice is inputs and outputs. So something that I want to note between in this demo is the only thing that we did to our Azure IT Hub was adding a new consumer group, and then we created our Stream Analytics job. That's created IT Hub, created device, and now create a consumer group for the Stream Analytics job to use. outputs. You can see that there are currently 0 inputs configured, as well as a query. The query basically tells us what do we want to fetch from our inputs and send to our outputs. In this case, our inputs being our IT hub, and our outputs that we're going to set up would be from Power BI. Let's go and have a look at setting up our inputs. As you can see, there is 3 input streams: event hubs, IT hub, and blob storage. For this demo, we are setting up our IT hub, and we previously set up a consumer group for this IT hub. And we use it to pick up the default details from the subscription, and then we choose our consumer group that we want to use. We leave the rest of the values defaulted as default, and we choose save. So this should add our input, and we notice that it also tests our input. As long as we have our application running, our input should be picking up data from our simulated device in our IT hub. We also have the ability to add in functions, and in this demo, we're not going to add any functions, but we are going to choose to modify the query. So before we modify the query, let's create our outputs and add a new output to Power BI. In this, so let's give our output a friendly name and specify a name for our data set, as well as a table name for the type of data we get. The next thing that we also need to make sure is that we authorize our Stream Analytics shop to have permissions to output this data into our Power BI workspace. I've authorized it to use the current account that I'm logged into Azure with. And once that's done, click Save, and we should see an output setup and created. Now that we have our inputs and outputs set up, let's go and adjust our query. What we want is to get our temperature data from our IT hub input and output this into our Power BI dataset in our Power BI workspace. So we can test the query to see if our inputs and outputs are mapping correctly. And then we see some of our output from our simulated device, from our IT hub. We then save our query. Once it's saved, we then can execute the query. Go back to overview. Now let's start our job and see it run. And hopefully we have data now streaming into our Power BI dataset. Stream Analytics job is now running. Status is marked as running. Let's go in and have a look at our Power BI workspace to see if our job has created a dataset. Going to Power BI, you see that we have a new dataset created. Let's choose to create a report articles dataset. And then we have a look at the fields. We can see that the table name matches the table name that we specified when we created our output. And let's do a simple visual of a line chart and add in our temperature in some time. And you can see the temperature changes from our simulated device coming through into our Power BI data set from our Azure IT Hub. Okay, so that was a quick demo of how we get data from a IoT device into Azure IT Hub and then stream it across into Power BI. We can obviously stream it across into any of the other Azure services that we need, should our projects require that. And I think, let me just check if there are any questions before I end this session. Cool. I think we've got some good responses in terms of where we can get the devices from, as well as there's a question I remember seeing about the Movidas device. A few people have ordered the Movidas directly from Microsoft, and I think in terms of that, I haven't actually ordered one, so I can't look it up and find it out for you if you do want. Also, the first device that I got, I actually did win it at one of the user groups that I went to, and that's how I got started with it. So we have another question from Joel. Is it possible to try Azure products for free? The Azure services can be tried out using the Azure Learn Sandbox, as I used one of those sandboxes to do the demos for my IT Hub. Okay, I think if there's any more questions. Okay. Joel asks, where do you copy the connection string? That was copied from the Azure IT Hub, the primary connection string, and that will be pasted into the virtual device that we had running. So if you went into our IT Hub, we go to our IT devices. We then get the connection string from the actual device. In our case, we can use the primary connection string. And then I used it in place of the connection string in the virtual simulator. Okay. Cool. Thank you everyone for the session, and I will give you 3 more minutes back in your day. And as always, if you can always reach out to me. My Twitter handle is @AroNaidu, same as my name on the chat. Thanks again for joining today, and have a lovely afternoon.
Bet Software is one of the most diverse betting software providers in sub-Saharan Africa, providing reliable software and managing record-breaking volumes. At the forefront of our game-changing development lies Six Software. Our fearless remote and office-based developers decide on their tech stack of choice. We currently provide software and support throughout Africa as we become the technology destination that disrupts global markets. Bet Software is one of the most diverse betting software providers in sub-Saharan Africa, providing reliable software and managing record-breaking volumes. At the forefront of our game-changing development lies Six Software. Our fearless remote and office-based developers decide on their tech stack of choice. We currently provide software and support throughout Africa as we become the technology destination that disrupts global markets.
Hi everyone. Thank you for attending the day. It's been a long day, so thank you very much for attending this session right at the end of the day. I hope I don't put you to sleep. I might fall asleep myself, but I got myself an energy drink. No product placements. So my problem should be solved. Hope yours yours doesn't happen. I would like to make a personal thank you to the moderators today. You guys have been awesome, and this event has run like clockwork. So thank you very much to the moderators. Okay, so the talk today is accelerating your AI solutions with what's known as Azure Percept. For those that don't know me, my name's Alan Peed. Hopefully, you'll get something out of this session. So who am I? So I'm what's known as a Microsoft Developer Technologies MVP, or not minimal viable product, most valuable professional. So well, that statement is sometimes interchangeable, but it's most valuable professional. I'm also is what's known as a Xamarin MVP. I got that back in 2016, and I got the badge, and I'm going to keep it forever. So there was other speakers that dropped the X word. So that's my dropping of the X word in sessions. I always tend to mention the word. Okay, so I build things on the Microsoft stack as a day job. If you want to contact me, my Twitter handle is at the bottom, it's at ADP. My email address is adp@gmail.com. If you want to ask any questions or want any assistance and stuff, feel free to ping me. Okay, so I build a lot of IoT things, and I play with a lot of toys. A lot of these toys are actually end up being prototypes for actual production things, strangely enough. I also get strange enjoyment out of building all these little toys and things like that, but you can learn a lot from them. So my desk usually looks like that. Today is slightly more professional. I wouldn't say that much more professional. So on the desk is there in the corner, there's what's known as an Azure Percept. I removed the plant though, because the plant was giving me a bit of issue. So you won't have to see the plant in the demo. Okay, so when we look at IoT solutions, you normally have two choices. There's IoT in the cloud, or there's what's known as IoT on the edge. And what is the difference between those two, and what type of solutions do you do for each? So IoT in the cloud is more for remote monitoring and management of facilities and devices. If you have lots of data and you want to merge information between multiple devices, and depending on the size of your credit card, it has infinite compute, it has infinite storage, and you can use it for training based on large sets of data, and it has advanced AI tools. Now, conversely, IoT on the edge is basically where you need low latency. You need something that needs to have an immediate response. So for example, if something needs to stop, like maybe a car hits going towards a wall, you want to hit those brakes quickly. You don't want to wait for latency across the internet to decide if you want to hit brakes in the car. So edge is moving those decisions as close to where they need to be as possible. So another usage for it is processing large video streams. So if you've got limited bandwidth, you want to process the video streams first before they go onto the internet, if at all. You want to have intelligence at the edge, and this is where this talk comes in with ML, AI, and analytics on the edge. If you want to do some sort of offline processing, you want to do protocol translations, or if you have requirements that are basically API related, you don't want to have anything leaving. So for example, you've got a factory that makes proprietary goods. You don't want to potentially have that leaving your environment. So an edge IoT pattern looks usually something like this. You have some things on the left. You have some sort of cloud gateway where you speak to the cloud. That's a nice picture of a cloud. And what happens is there's information flow that's gaining insights or looking at things like maybe telemetry and things like that. And actions is something that needs to be done. So based on some sort of decision, an action needs to be taken. Maybe based on temperature, something needs to be a fan switched on or something like that. So in a cloud scenario, it would generally look like this. But if we start looking at an edge scenario, we want to move those insights and those actions as close to where it needs to be as possible. So if we move that to the device or the thing, seeing that we're talking about Internet of Things as well, That closed loop is no longer from the device to the cloud. It's within the device itself. So we've got inside flow and actions happening on the device. So in theory, you should be able to sever this line over here, which is the connection to the internet, and your thing should just carry on working and make decisions, and perform the actions, and everything should be happy. And this is exactly how Azure IoT Edge works. So if we look at Azure IoT Edge, and we just look at a typical type of AI prototype that would be made. If we look at this solution, we've got a camera, we've got a IoT Edge device. A lot of prototypes are done with just off-the-shelf hardware, that maybe a hobbyist thing like a Raspberry Pi. And we could connect that to Azure IoT Hubs. Now in Azure IoT Edge, behind the hubs, we have things called modules. Modules are basically blocks of logic that can do certain actions. So maybe those insights that I mentioned before, or actions that's running. So here we could have cognitive services running. We could have some sort of code that's running as well, and we could all have that positioned in the cloud. But we're talking about IoT Edge here, and the way IoT Edge works is you take the modules and you containerize them. Probably familiar with the technology called Docker. Those are Docker containers. What happens is your modules gets pushed to what's known as ACR, or Azure Container Registry. It's, for those that's familiar with Docker, equivalent of Docker Hub for Azure. And Azure IoT Edge has what's called a deployment manifest, which holds all the information about which modules come together to work as your solution. So in this case, we've got all these modules that come together, gets information from a camera, goes through the hubs, and that's the solution. And between these modules is something known as routes. And of course, all that movement of information and the routing of information between these modules and the insights and the actions forms your solution. But together, it gets deployed in something known as a manifest, and that manifest can be versioned as well. So you have version 1 of the collection of modules you've got, and of course, you deploy that to the device, you can go to version 2 and so forth. So that deployment manifest gets moved to your device, and what happens is it pulls from the device, based on that manifest, which containers has your modules in it, and those are now moved to the device. So those insights and actions that I had in the previous slide happens now on the device, and in theory, we can cut this link to the internet, and our device will work. So as I was saying before, that this is a typical type of AI type solution or prototype that you put together. But if you look at it as well, and this is where a lot of IoT solutions fail, your prototype works great, but the decision comes to, how do I productionize the solution? So this is where usually the wheels fall off, and you'll go, well, a Raspberry Pi works great, but like, is it secure? Is there some sort of encryption that's happening? That can it be hacked? Another aspect of it is it rugged enough to go put in a factory that's running at like 55 degrees and things like that? It's like, can you spill something on it and things like that? So there's a lot of considerations you need to do or make when you're actually taking your device to production. And usually you actually take a solution that's totally different to the one that you prototyped. And that's, of course, where project gets canceled, because now that's a lot of work. And you, of course, you've proven something that you haven't deployed. And then, it becomes quite interesting. And of course, from these module perspectives as well, you have to build the containers. There are some out of the box ones like Azure Cognitive Services and things like that. But you do have to formulate them together and things like that. So you do have to have quite a bit of knowledge about IoT Edge, how the routing works, how to program each of the modules and stuff within it. So that's where we actually get to the talk that I'm going to do. It's about something known as Azure Percept. And what Azure Percept is is a family of hardware. So we look at this picture here, we've got hardware that's there, and it's a grouping of different hardware solutions that is solving some of those problems I mentioned in the previous slide. It's also a collection of software as well. We'll talk about that a bit later. It's also a collection of out-of-the-box services that will just automatically work to make your life easier. And the whole idea behind the Azure Percept is it's from taking a dev kit or a developer kit and taking their journey through to a productionizable device, if I can use that as a word. That's probably a bit late in the day to be speaking like that. So it looks to solve that problem that I had in the previous slides. Now, if we look at the hardware, so we've got this Azure Percept DK developer kit. It's an NXP MX8 board. It's got 4 gig of RAM. For those that's into Windows 11 will probably know what a TPM is, Trusted Platform Module. It is version 2 out of the box. It also supports things like Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, and it's all nicely on a single chip as well. It's got 16 gig of storage out of the box. It runs with something known as Mariner OS. Mariner OS is a Linux-based operating system built by Microsoft. So it's basically a Linux box. Mariner OS is something as well that is also Microsoft uses for different Azure services as well. Right. So if we look at the rest of the hardware, we've got the picture there of the ports and things. We've got an Ethernet cable. We've got 2 USB 3 ports. There's a USB-C port as well. So it's got ports to connect to the outside world. If we look at the other portion of it, we've got the developer kit, and then we've got modules that plug into this developer kit. And in the previous talk, there was mention of an Intel Movidius. This Vision module has the Movidius built into it. So what that has is, out of the box, it has something that can do AI acceleration, and it has a VPU as well. So what is nice about this? It's an accelerated module. It's got a Sony camera as well, which takes 8 megapixel shots. You can see that there's a space for a second one. So you've got a little block here for a second one. These are also magnetic, so you can pick them up and stick them anywhere on this board as well. And you can put a second one here too. The module itself is actually like a little computer. And of course, it's got 2 gig it's got memory, so it's 2 gig of RAM. And this is also where security comes into it. It also has a crypto controller for encrypting things as well, all on the camera module. So this is over and above that developer kit that I showed previously. It also has something known as Azure Percept Audio. That is for anything to do with sound. It's got a lot to do with voice control. Maybe think about voice assistants and things like that. You also notice that it's in an aluminium case as well. It's also got these little blue little screw things that you can screw, and then those plates move as well. So you can then position them in any way that you like. So what we have here is 4 microphones. So there's a microphone array as well to receive audio. It has 2 buttons. In this case, there's a mute button. So very important for our talks that we have now, mute buttons, and PTT or push to talk button as well. So if you don't want to have it, a lot of the voice assistants, you've got to say a keyword for the assistant to pick up the command that you want to give next. If you don't want to have that, you could also have push to talk, where you press a button and then you speak, so that you don't have to have the device listening at all times. There's also a line out. So if you want audio to come out of it, you can also plug in a normal earphone connector as well. I didn't mention the 3 LEDs. It has indicator LEDs as well. Predominantly, that's used for just giving you status of the device. They're also multicolor as well. So for example, they're bright blue when it's listening, and of course, if it sees a command, it can turn white as well. So it's all indicators. This is where it starts getting really cool. So we've seen the hardware, which is pretty much standard type hardware, but it's collected together as a nice product. But this 80/20 integration is also a critical aspect of where we want to deploy it to. So 80/20 is basically aluminium tubing, and that's aluminium tubing is how you can put it in racks. So if you look at these pictures, you can slide the device into these aluminium tubings. You can screw it to a wall and things. So think about putting it into retail shelves, where you've got a camera looking at shelves. Put it in a factory. It can go on a wall and things like that. So they've thought about how to mount these devices as well. Because think about the Raspberry Pi, you would have to think about how I'm going to put it somewhere that's rugged and things like that. And if you look at these little keys inside the aluminium, the device will slot into that. So here we're seeing a picture of the actual device, and you'll see that there's a little key here which slots into that extrusion as well. So it's got the ability to automatically mount too, which is really, really nice. So 80/20 is also like an industry standard. So if you go to this 8020.net, you will also get all the mounting solutions and different options, and you get different amounts of these teeth into it depending on which one you get as well. So you can get basically off the shelf mounting. So if we look at this 80/20 integration a little bit more, the Percept audio, and this is also another view where you can see this little blue thing that can make the device tilt as well if you want to have it in a different orientation. But the important thing here is it's got the little key that fits into the 80/20 tubing. On the right here, we've got the camera module itself. That's that Movidius module that I spoke about earlier. That can just slot into the developer kit as well. So it's got mounts, the 80/20 mounts on the device too. So this is really nice for just positioning things and getting up and running quickly with your prototype, and it's nice and solid as well. You also notice that there's a little screw hole here, so there's a little Allen key that you can take and adjust the tightness of the fit as well into this extrusion. All right, so we spoke about services before. So in Azure, we've got things like Azure Cognitive Services, we've got Azure Machine Learning, we've got Azure IoT Hubs, which you learned a lot about in the previous session as well. And you've got Azure Video Analytics, where you can analyze video and what's in video and things like that. What's really cool about the Percept offering is all that comes out of the box working. Some of it is no-code implementations of it as well. But you can also use whatever you've learned as well from all these services and use it as such as well. So what they've really done is they've tried to make it as easy as possible to make it work and of course give you some sort of productionizable path. The software that I mentioned, there's something known as Azure Percept Studio. It's what they call the single point for creating AI models and solutions. So it's a guided approach of making these solutions. It's also a guided approach of making prototypes, and of course, moving those prototypes into a production system. It also supports workflows of those services I spoke about previously. So you can have workflows to Azure IoT Hubs. You could have custom vision. So custom vision is part of cognitive services, where you can upload images and you can create AI models from pictures and stuff and tag them and things like that. Speech Studio, natural language processing. If you want to have voice commands and things like that, Speech Studio is a very good good place to look. It's automatically integrates with Speech Studio, and of course Azure Machine Learning. So what we have is end-to-end solutions without necessarily knowing a significant amount about all these things that I just mentioned. And of course, you don't have to be a data scientist or AI fundi and stuff to get this all working and get your prototypes up and running and move your prototypes to production. It's also extendable. So if you can also move out of this guided environment as well to really complex implementations as well. And you can use all your Azure services and skills and knowledge with this too, with some really cool hardware. Okay, so let's have a look at how this all works. Yes, I mentioned the LEDs previously. This picture's got a very bright set of LEDs there. Okay, so let's go and have a look. Right, so this is Azure Percept Studio, and it's got a guided intro into the world of AI and Azure IoT solutions or edge solutions. The getting started takes you through creating prototypes with AI models. There's AI models out of the box that you can use as well. A lot of solutions can just work for you as well from an out of the box solution that you don't have to go train these models. There's sample applications. Then there's also tooling as well, and it gets you can go from simple things to quite complex as well. If I go to the demos and tutorials, there's sample vision modules to use. It's prototypes. Of course, that's for vision. So of course, what the camera sees, and for speech as well. So that audio. So this is for the two modules that I showed as well. Then there's sample applications, so that maybe you want to have a starting point. So there's out of the box solutions that are actually quite significant solutions as well. Like this one here, the people counting. It's actually a very nice solution for our COVID situation where you want to socially distance. You can actually get these devices to count people in environments and things like that. So it's a people counter. Vision on the edge is a nice solution as well. If you want to see what happens when you take 100 of these cameras or many thousands of these cameras and run models on it. So these are quite nice as well if you're learning as well how to do these bigger type solutions as well. Yeah, and there's tools as well. There's also AI projects. You can make custom vision projects. You can make speech and audio projects as well. So what I'm going to do in this demo, I'm going to go to devices. So what devices is going to do is show me my devices I've got connected. Here we see one device. This is the device that was in that picture I showed previously. It's my Percept prototype device. It's connected. These devices are always connected to IoT hubs for management. So that's one of the things an IoT hub does. It gives you bidirectional communication between device and cloud and device, but it also gives you management as well. So it's always connected to a hub. So here we've got this Cape Town AZP Proto Hub. So I'm going to open this device and let's connect to it. Right. So here we've got just some more information about the device. The version that I've got is an ASUS model of the device, and it's some more information about it. It's an ARM64 device as well. Okay, so I'm going to go here to Vision, and here we can then see the guided way of making solutions work on the device. It's got a nice way of auto capturing images. We can view a device stream. You can create a custom vision project as well. So custom vision, as I mentioned previously, have images, tags, and have AI models created off that. It's a nice guided way of getting these to automatically deploy to an Azure Percept device. What I'm going to do just in this demo, I'm going to deploy one of these sample models to the device. And here we've got some sample models. general object detection. We've got people detection. So it's always quite useful to have a people detector. Very nice though in like things like CCTV security solutions. Determine if somebody in your garden at night is a person, probably a threat. So it's a nice model to use out of the box. Products on the shelf. It's a solution where it actually looks at things on the shelf, and you can actually see how many items there are on the shelf as well, and it's nice for restocking shelves too. Vehicle detection determines what type of vehicle it is, car or truck or something like that. You could use this if we ever go to stronger type of lockdown. A nice solution that you could use for your home use is determining if the Take-A-Lot van has arrived at your door. It'll detect the vehicle and identify that. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to take my model. I want to do a general object detection. I'm going to deploy it to the device. So what's going to happen is it's going to take it from this Azure Percept Studio. It's going to send it to the device. So I'm going to go view stream. So what view stream does, it gives you just the visuals that's coming out of this camera. So here we go. And if you notice here, we've got our Azure Bootcamp Cup. Hope everyone can see this. Moderators, can you confirm that this video does appear? So what we've got is an Azure Bootcamp Cup. Even though it's maybe not a traditional looking cup with a little lips where you hold, it determines it's a cup. And if I go object detection, I'll put my cool apple there. It determines it's an apple. So this is just like quickly out of the box, like showing you getting from 0 to actually having a solution with a model running. And if I had to go, let's close this, and just seeing that it is an edge device. It's running on my network. I could just say, well, let's connect to my network stream and just do an RTSP connection on my LAN to it. What I could also do is I could get a video feed out on my own network as well, which is quite nice too. So this is just showing that it's a really edge device on my network. Okay. Right. So that's just a model that's running now out of the box. It's determining objects and things. If I go to, let's go back to, let's go back to the device. Let's go open this. Yeah, I'm going to say view live telemetry. And let me see what's happening. Okay, so what we've got here is the information coming out of the device. I hope it's clear. Moderators, I'm going to take control and just make it full screen. My apologies in advance. So what we have here is the telemetry coming out of the device. So here we've got with a confidence of 0.82 that it's a cup. And if I put my apple down, we should start seeing telemetry to do with an apple as well. Here we go. It's not so certain it's an apple, but it does infer it's an apple. So what you could do as well, and we saw some of that in the previous session as well, this is the information that you would then take and push into the rest of your system as well. So you've got this hardware that's now gone, well, we've used all this fancy Movidius chip to accelerate the detection of this stuff. We've determined based on your model that you've got what it is, and now your job is to do something with it. So of course, it's pointless to have this type of information unless you do the actions based on it as well. So you could do something if it sees an apple or a cup or something, depending what your solution is. Okay, so if I move on, to the other module, we've got the module called speech. So remember the one for audio. And you can integrate quite nicely with the Speech Studio of Azure. And just quickly, you can just set up things like keywords. So keywords you would probably recall is like, and I hope I'm not going to damage anything in your house, where you say like, hey Siri or hey Google or something like that. That keyword is how you activate something. So here we've got the keyword being computer, and then it's going to execute commands. So you can set up these commands and stuff to run. What I'm going to do is just show you an example output of what one of these speech solutions could be. So I'm going to go to the configure and test voice assistant. This is just a scenario that's based on hospitality. So basically maybe like a smart room in a hotel. I hope it's appearing. So here we've got our commands. So if I go computer, turn off light. Computer, turn off light. Yeah, so what we had here is the light in the house turned off. So what you're seeing here is that conversational bot type interface that you've got, but this is just the inference that's saying basically that we've got a command, and then the command has some additional actions and things that could run on top of that. So I could also do things like computer, turn on TV. So what you could do with these type of solutions as well is you could automate your house, or automate your factory is probably a more of a production solution based on voice commands. So maybe in a scenario where you've got factory workers that may need to have hands-free, you could have these devices and stuff doing certain types of actions. You could, in my type of I had lots of sessions on home automation and things like that. You could get these things to automate your house too, and get commands running. You could also, seeing it's an edge device, push it onto an MQTT queue in your own network, and off you go, and switch on your Sonoff devices and things like that as well. Yeah, so this is just a quick look at what you can do with each of these modules. Something else I want to show, let me just open the terminal. This is good old Windows terminal. I'm going to SSH into it. It's a IoT device. It's a Linux box, so we can SSH into it. I'm just going to go into it, connect it. So if I have to do just, and this is a command from the CLI for IoT Edge or Azure IoT Edge. So I've just gone to, if I can remember my password, it's late in the day. And this is basically just a command to Azure IoT Edge, the runtime within the device, to say like, well, list everything that you've got running on your device. So the Azure IoT Edge runtime, we've got the agent, we've got the hub. The hub communicates between the device and of course Azure IoT hubs. Agent's basically what's known as the runtime of Azure IoT Edge. And here we've got other modules that's running on the device. So we've got an image capture module for taking those pictures that we said previously, is one of those examples where you could get the thing to automatically take photos, and maybe you can use those to make up a model. We've got web streaming. We've got our speech client module and Azure Eye module for the camera and things. So here we've got just as we can see, it's an Azure IoT Edge solution already that's just working for us. We didn't have to do too much. The model just gets loaded into these modules, and off you go. Of course, IoT Edge has got all those cool things about uptime and things to make sure it runs, and the management. So we've got these things running. They've been running for 16 hours. So yes, I'm quite brave showing this. It's quite solid. It's been up for 16 hours. And here we've got where it's coming from. So this is the Microsoft Container Registry that we've got. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is swap back to my presentation. And we saw it's a IoT Edge solution. This is the IoT Edge runtime, and here's all these modules and stuff that's running. So I showed you that live. Okay, so now if we look at how does this actually work? So yes, we can see that it's quite easy to make this all work, but how does it work technically under the hood? You don't necessarily have to know this, but I'm just going to tell you about it. Here we've got a solution. It's got a camera. So there's that little magnetic camera that showed with the module. It's got the audio, which is the Azure Percept audio module, plugged into the developer kit or the DK, interacting with an Azure IoT hub. We've got the Azure speech client for the audio that I was saying, I was saying computer, and then it does something. It's probably going to now work automatically. The Azure Eye module and image capturing module. So those are the ones that I showed you there in that CLI. So exactly what the solution we were doing with that Raspberry Pi and the manual deployment and stuff of my Raspberry Pi solution, it's pretty much the same thing. The only difference is it could come from an ACR as well, my own private Docker repository, but those are Microsoft modules. They're coming from the Microsoft registry of containers, and those are just being deployed to the device. So it is really an IoT Edge solution. It's just now using robust hardware with heat sinks and all those type of things, and it's ruggedized and all that, and it's got mounted and things, and it's using the power of IoT Edge that it can run totally self-contained on the device. But I didn't have to do all this work. It just like happened. And of course, you can, seeing it's an IoT Edge device, you can put your own modules. Of course, you can extend this in lots of ways. But this is a good way of getting a prototype up and running. And that prototype is something that, yes, you can make a decision. You could take this potentially live too, or there's routes to take these devices live as well. Okay, so just looking a little bit deeper into how that module works, we've got that eye with the camera, and if we had to write a custom module that does OpenCV on an IoT Edge device, this is all they've done within their eye module. It's actually running OpenCV, and that RSTSP that I did with the VLC player and connected by the network, sending that information out. And of course, there's a little HTTP server, which is that web stream module that we saw in that CLI output. And we've got the speech modules, and you could have as many custom modules and stuff that you add as well. We see here that the output, there's routes automatically, or there's connectivity automatically happening to the hubs. It's the Edge agent, IoT Edge runtime that's happening here with the Edge agent. And of course, the interaction between the Azure IoT hub and of course the local Edge hub is there as well. And I showed you the telemetry coming out of this device. This is the telemetry that's going through to Azure IoT hubs. And of course, this web stream module pushed it out and to my VLC, or that web client that I fired off from the Azure portal. All running, as I mentioned previously, on the thing called MarinerOS. So it's all Linux based. So that's just a little bit of additional information into it. It's always nice to know what's going on inside these devices, but you could actually make a low-code solution without knowing any of this. You could create an AI model without even knowing how AI works with custom vision and making it work, and it'll just run. And of course, you can prototype your solutions. You can see if they work. And then, of course, you can literally take it live and, of course, scale it to as many of these devices as you want to be purchasing as well. Okay. Right. So So yes, thank you very much for attending the session. I know it's late in the day. Hope everyone's attending. Hope there's still people listening to me, and I'm not doing a monologue to myself. But here's some nice learning resources to get started with Percept. There's a nice document just to take you through that that portal where you can get up and running with samples, and of course then make more complex solutions after that. There's the sample AI models. There's quite a collection of sample out of the box models that you can use. There's also a nice YouTube channel that you can go and have a look at for how this all comes together. I really like this visual guide. So it's like let's see if this opens. It's a nice sketchbook on how everything pieces together as well. So this is let me just zoom in. It's a nice what to use for what and more information about it. So I suggest you go check this out. It's actually quite an informative little image. This. Okay. Right. So yes, feel free to contact me on Twitter if you need any information about anything related to IoT or anything also community related as well. My email address is adpeed@gmail.com. Also, if you want to continue your learning, this Azure Bootcamp is a community-driven event. If you want to continue learning within the communities, there's Microsoft developer groups or MSDUG. These little logos translate to Twitter handles. So if you want to follow them in your respective city, so the green one's Durban, the blue one's Cape Town, and the red one is Johannesburg. And the meetups for them are here. They're monthly meetups at the moment because we can't meet in person. They're online, so we've joined them all together online, but they're all run individually when we're in person again from Microsoft offices in each of the cities as well. It's also part of the Azure Tech community and, of course, also part of the .NET Foundation. So if you want to continue learning, good place to go. Hope to see you there. Thank you very, very much to the sponsors. This event could not be possible without the sponsors. We definitely can't run these community events without the sponsors. They also were the conduit to awesome swag and all the prizes and stuff that's been given away. So a huge thank you to these sponsors, and it was awesome working with all the sponsors. So thank you very, very much for that. Probably the final reminder of the day, you must get your swag. So please do go to academic.ms/AZBSA swag 2021. Get your swag. That swag is really cool. I'm wearing the hoodie version that's branded. I'm not going to lift my shirt now. T-shirt is really cool. So please do apply for that. And also, I haven't got the link here, but also go for the prize as well. There's an awesome Xbox Series S to give away, and lots of things like Raspberry Pis, Game Pass vouchers, and so forth. Cool. All right. Is there any questions? Thank you very much for attending the session. Swag. Stephen, you still awake? Thank you. Okay, is there any questions? I see Skynet. Yes, this is a out of the box Skynet. And yes, but there's a link for responsible AI. So please go look that up. Google Microsoft Responsible AI. There's documentation to avoid Skynet situations. That's a very good question. The pricing of it. Just one thing to note, that it's released to specific regions around the world. South Africa is not one of those at the moment. Don't quote me on this, but I think ASUS, South Africa, will sell it soonish. But yes, as I say, don't quote me on that. But the devices that we use, we just import it from the Microsoft store. So if you buy it at retail price, it's $349 for the DK module, and then $79 for the audio module. But if you want to that's basically if you buy one retail. But if you want to roll out it in mass, you can contact Microsoft for, of course, bulk pricing and things like that. But that's a very good question. I was meant to mention it and I didn't. So thank you very much. I hope that answered the question fully. Any other questions? People are very much into this Terminator. Make me worried. Thanks, Danny. Cool. If there's no questions, thank you very much for attending. The last session is always a long haul, so yes, thank you very much for attending. And I think after this session, everyone will move to the main track for the closing of Azure Bootcamp. It's been a really awesome day. As I said before, the volunteers have been absolutely brilliant. And thank you for everyone that's attending. There was a huge arrival of attendees and things, so hopefully it was worthwhile to everyone here. But yes, thank you very much.
Bet Software is one of the most diverse betting software providers in sub-Saharan Africa, providing reliable software and managing record-breaking volumes. At the forefront of our game-changing development lies Six Software. Our fearless remote and office-based developers decide on their tech stack of choice. We currently provide software and support throughout Africa as we become the technology destination that disrupts global markets.